Hey, and welcome to Botched Rolls. Thank you for coming back and catching episode 2. Thank you all for being here, and we're going to jump into our announcements and then into our recap and then jump straight into it. So our announcement from Christy this week.
So Dice Tower Dungeons is going into mini dice towers for all of you who like mini dice. So they are 60% scale of what the original dice towers are, and I think they're just so dang cute this small.
Ooh, I like the octopus. I need a sea turtle dice tower. That's what I need.
That octopus looks surreal.
I've got a kraken. We've got a kraken, but not a sea turtle.
I just have a weird obsession with sea turtles.
I was gonna say, wait, why sea turtle? Like,
I have a weird obsession with sea turtles. Don't know.
Super specific.
Yeah, super specific.
Are we talking like green or leatherback?
I think green would probably be the best. But anyway,
specifically sea turtles, though.
Just
Cool
yeah,
mini
I don't know
towers.
why. So who is doing our recap?
Brother Maury.
I guess Brother Maury is.
Oh, I can't wait to hear this.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes because Brother Maury didn't actually take notes. So
You got this.
we got.
Your lines.
Yeah. You'll help out when I fail, and So I'd say, my brothers and sisters, if you allow me to testify just for a minute here and allow me to recap where we have been. For my compatriots and I were awoken in a place where we did not lay our head. We were trapped in prison cells in the basement of a mausoleum. But the great Mr. Cavalier, I messed up his name.
Mr. Cavalian.
Cavalian, there we go. Mr. Cavalian was able to free us from our shackles. And we made our way out of this mausoleum that was wrecked by a beast of some sort that drained people of their blood. Upon coming out, we were faced with this church that we entered and found maybe a vampire, some sort of blood-sucking beast that was feasting upon the clerics within inside. But we all knew that this was a temple of lies and did not want them to return as undead, so we burned the entire church to the ground with them inside and walked away without looking at the building burning because we are cool, and that is what you do. You do not look at a burning building as you walk away, as well as explosions.
Like to watch.
We did discover that our brother Medic likes to watch, which is a little creepy. We made our way through the woods that Brother Fungus noticed was rather quiet, not a lot of animal sounds, which is a little creepy. And we made our way to the town of Gold something. Gold Bottle?
Goldfield.
Goldfield. Oh, I knew a gold bottle once in a previous life. Anyways, we made our way to Goldfield, where the bridge to get in was dammed up so that the water was not flowing. The grass was a different shade, as if something was affecting it so. And only one house seemed to be occupied with a very creepy fellow by the name of Zed, who was definitely not dead. They were not turned off by the fact that we were traveling with an undead compatriot, my brother James Franco, the zombie. And they were happy to serve us a meal while Fungus and Cavalian searched the town, with Cavalian discovering a barn with 3 bodies hanging from it. Was this suicide? Were they murdered and placed this way? We do not know, but we rest their bodies by the riverbank and used mushrooms, I guess, to, decompose them properly. I guess that's how a burial works in these dark and twisted times. And now we are seeking a place for shelter, as we do not want to stay in the creepy mansion with Zed and the Lord and Lady returning tonight. who may or may not be blood-sucking vampires. And that is where we are, I believe.
Indeed.
Well said, Brother Maury.
Amen. Amen, my children.
Can I get an amen in the chat?
Amen.
Yeah, so when last we left off, Fungus had just laid these the corpses of these three ladies under mushrooms on the side of the riverbank. And you were beginning to look for shelter. Believe Mr. Cavelian and Fungus were kind of spearheading that as they had explored the town a bit earlier.
Yeah, we were following Mr. Cavelian to like one of the human-sized houses.
Okay. You're able to find a house that would, I don't want to say comfortably, as you only find 2 rooms, like a large kitchen, dining, living room area, as well as 1 bedroom in most of these places, but you can all fit without laying on top of each other.
I can stand.
You keep watch because you don't sleep.
I can activate sentry mode. That's not a problem. I can hang suspended.
I mean, Fargus said this. I mean, I think we've all been awake for like quite some time. So I mean, I'm gonna just kind of pass out, just curl up in a corner with just put my barrel under my head and just lay down and take a rest.
Before we rest for the evening, should we discuss what we are going to do with this lord and lady that seem like not upstanding citizens? They may seek to cause us harm.
Well, what evidence do you have that they are not upstanding citizens?
The dead bodies in the barn, perhaps?
Well, we don't know that they were responsible for the dead bodies.
They also did not cut them down.
Most peculiar.
What was that, Cavalian?
The bodies were there for a year. They could have gone now.
Okay, you have a point. Okay. Well, how much daylight do we have left till they return?
Probably I want to say about 8 hours, 8-ish hours.
Maybe like 7 or 8 hours.
Conveniently enough for a long rest.
Convenient.
We could send our friend Fargus here as a spider again when they arrive and have a feeling of the situation.
I would be happy to take a look.
That's assuming that they don't send Zed over to find us when they return and find out that we're here.
Well, Seth was really good to us. The food was great. So, I mean,
Our
to me,
hosts
he was
have
a
not
great
shown
host.
to be hostile or anything.
I just think it's the all-around creepy nature of the situation. It's a bit uneasy.
I think our doubts will be resolved with a simple civilized conversation with the Lord and Lady.
That apparently can only happen at night. I don't want my sleep schedule to get all thrown out of whack.
I think it'd be best if we were well rested for when they do arrive, regardless of anything else.
That is a fair point. Should they come and be friendly, great, no harm, no foul. Should they be aggressive, I prefer to be well rested.
Same. So let's just say we're going to get some shut-eye, and like Arvad said, we'll try it with civilized conversation. I personally need some sleep. Does that sound good?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Fargus is already snoring. He's a peaceful man with peaceful intentions. He just goes straight to bed.
I'm sorry, but we trust that the bloodless abomination is going to keep us safe throughout our slumber.
He's not an abomination, and yes, he'll keep us safe.
Thank you.
I'm gonna leave James Franco out here just to make sure.
Is your James Franco also not bloodless?
I mean, depends on how much they drained of his blood in his death.
Probably all of it.
Flowing.
Most of it.
He might have a few blood cells left here and there.
But it's not flowing. On that note, I take my axes and I go over and I lay down with my back facing Fergus so that we're like back to back. And I cuddle my axes and I go to sleep.
If you prefer, Brother Mori, I could just choose not to watch over you.
I mean, I'm assuming you'd be watching over the door.
I will be watching over all of us. I like to watch.
And Fergus wakes back up.
That is surprisingly not comforting. Game mechanics, I will reassert control over James Franco, so I have him 24 hours from now.
Okay.
And I will tell him to don't let anyone other than me, Dick, come through this door.
Okay.
And he will post up outside.
Okay.
And as I go to sleep, I take out my book and I like to read a poem to all of you that I wrote some time ago. And it goes,
bedtime story.
You don't need a bed of down to give you sleep at night. A counterpane of pink and brown and pillow soft and white. You do not need a pretty room, all dressed in dainty blue, where soundless slumber health may come, when pleasant dreams come to you. And I proceed to sleep.
I like poetic bards.
Entering sleep mode.
Wait, I thought you were supposed to be watching us.
It's just a sound effect. He just appears alert. You just hear this thing happening.
Like, don't worry, guys. I don't sleep. I'll watch. Just one big lie. He actually sleep.
So disconnected.
As the day kind of wanes on into the evening, the sun begins to set. Who would be the first of you? Actually, I do believe it would be you, M3, would be the first to wake.
Yes.
So did he go to sleep?
No. He
Okay.
goes into sentry mode. I go into sentry mode.
But I believe he's only needs 6 hours.
Correct.
Actually, Mr. Cavelian,
Cavelian.
you're an elf. You would only need to sleep for 4 hours.
I'm having a little trouble hearing Mr. Cavelian. Do you guys too?
How about that?
That's
Perfect.
much better.
Much better, yes.
So what would you do with your first 2 hours awake and alone, Mr. Cavelian?
Not a lot. Just basically be quiet, stay in a corner somewhere, and keep watch.
Okay. You can see that when you awaken, the sun is fairly high in the sky, give or take, probably around 3-4 o'clock ish. After about 2 hours, you do notice that M3 kind of rouses from his sentry mode.
Okay. I ignore him. I'm staying in a corner somewhere.
Okay.
I've got 2 hours left, right?
Yes, before everyone else wakes.
I'll just take the 2 hours.
Okay. M3, what would you like to do with your 2 hours?
My eyes flare as I assess the situation and make sure everything is nominally functional. And I take a look at Goatheart's axes laying by her side. I'll talk to her about that later. Looking at Fungus and ask him a few things about some of his specialties. But at this point, I will just simply go over my weapons and just go through my normal startup checklist.
Okay.
Initiate Taskmaster.
Windows XP crash.
He had to do an update last night.
Task Manager. Shutting down things that take up too much memory.
It's like, why? Why do I always have this on startup? I need to turn that off.
All right.
Check emails.
Fungus, as you were the first to go sleep while everyone else was still up and talking, you would be the next to wake.
Looks around, sees Medik, are you in the room or are you outside the door?
In the room.
Okay. I see those two awake. Just wave at them quietly because other people are still sleeping. And I just like go into my barrel really quick and I just pull out my herbalist kit and start mixing like some mushrooms with a little bit of water to make like a morning tea kind of thing.
Okay. What flavor mushroom tea are you drinking?
I was going to use Cragcat for today.
Not Earl Grey.
Tastes like mushrooms.
Okay.
But it has medicinal properties. I like to think of it more like caffeine, but
I'll walk over to Fungus and I stoop down to him, or actually he's up.
Sitting up, I'm about.
Okay, so I should be about eye level. It's hard to adjust these things. Query: do you perhaps have any yeast infections?
That is an odd question.
Like brewer's yeast or
I
baker's
would
yeast?
call them infections. All things that are living are sacred.
I consider all fungal colonies infections. So, do you perhaps have any yeast infections?
Josh, would I have yeast?
Would you have a yeast infection?
Just would I have yeast in general?
I mean, it is a fungus. But I'm probably gonna say no. You don't carry yeast.
It's not. Yeah, I don't because I don't do like baking or like brewing or anything like that. I don't believe I have that one, but if I stumble across it, I could procure it.
I would be grateful if you run across some.
I will keep my eyes and nose peeled.
Very well. Second query. Also, you noticed the strange growth upon the grasses and such outside in the wildlife, yes?
Yes. Well, strange ungrowth, but yes.
Is it due to anything like a fungal infection as well?
Not from what I can tell.
So it's not smut? Smut
No.
is, of course, fungal disease on grains, etc.
No.
No smut. You did not notice any.
Nope.
Very well.
Just dying grass, probably from whatever evil is here.
Very well.
No smut.
Just figured I'd ask.
The smut can lead to a yeast infection, so good.
Only in some parts of the town.
The southern part of town.
Medik, are you propositioning me?
No, you're not my type.
I'm not going to pry any further than that.
You shouldn't. It's none of your business.
But he does like to watch.
He does like to watch.
For educational purposes.
Sure. The rest of you do begin to wake. As you can hear these weird queries from M3.
So I kind of sit up and stretch and take a weird glance at M3 and, kind of get myself settled.
Has anybody got any food?
I offer a small cup of gooey mushroom water. You may partake in this if you so choose.
I smell it first.
It smells fungusy.
Yeah, nah, thanks. I'll wait.
I'll look through the cupboards. Do the cupboards have any cups or bowls?
Yeah, both cups and bowls.
I'll grab
Simple wooden.
I'll grab a cup and blow through it, see if there's any dust. And then I'll reach down below and open up a small tap right below my belly button and release it. And yellow liquid streams out. And close that up and hand that to Arvad. Care for some apple juice? I've been storing this from last night.
I smell it.
It's apple juice.
It's apple juice.
Smells like apple juice and maybe some other fluids.
Oh man.
Nope, stainless steel, entirely odorless.
It definitely doesn't smell like fresh squeezed apple juice. There's a little hints of other things in there.
No, I don't think I just turned around and started looking for actual food in this place, maybe.
Anyone else? Like offering the cup to anyone?
No, thank you.
Dude, no.
Dude, no.
Very well. And then he just drinks it back into the reservoir. Let me know if you need it.
I mean, for extreme cases, I might.
You might have a yeast infection after this.
I might, depending on the situation. Not today, medic.
Brother Ovid, were you traveling the woods without food? You did not bring rations with yourself?
When I travel, I bring my book of poems called Poems for Any Occasion. That occupies most of the part of my bag. I have some copies if you'd like to buy them. They're five silver each.
I'm more
So
concerned.
Instead of bringing food, you brought multiple copies of a book.
My book. I wrote it. This is my poems.
But not food, just book.
The reading
Maybe
word is very important.
Maybe he's hoping to sell the book and buy food.
I use the money of my sales to pay for my travels, which usually, I'll stop in taverns and get food and lunch from then. But it's been a weird day so far. So what can I say? You want a copy of my book?
I do suppose in these trying times that you know. Actually, Josh, do I have any silver pieces on me? I feel around my pockets.
You can scrounge up 5 silver.
I just from underneath some mushroom caps and whatnot, I pull little pieces of silver out and I count them and I hand them over. I shall take a copy. Your poem before we fell asleep was quite nice.
May I have a look at a copy, please?
Thank you. I hope you enjoy it as much as I enjoyed writing it. So I give one to Fergus, and then I show one to Mr. Cavalian and say,
May I have a look?
You can take a look. I give it to him.
How soft are the pages?
Not
You
soft.
gotta feel the pages.
Not soft.
Oh.
Not soft.
Very scratchy, heavy, terry.
I will say 5 silver for a book is quite a deal. You couldn't even buy the parchment for that cheap.
It's a bargain. What can I say?
I had a guide once that said a book cost 25 gold.
25 gold. Oh, maybe
These
I
aren't
think
like
they're
full
quite
size, like what
Yeah.
you'd think of like a book. This is like a small,
This is like
slender.
a small poem notebook. Yes.
Yeah,
I had a handbook that also said that as well.
yeah.
I thumbed through it. Do I find any poems about mushrooms?
There might be one or two.
One or two.
Don't show your mom
Poems
your
about
mushrooms.
I put it in my barrel and just start pulling out like some additional like mushroom caps that I kind of just like break apart and start eating.
So I will say that our beverage choices are fungus tea and apple urine.
Apple bits.
Apple pea. Is
I
there
get
maybe water?
I
And I
get
open the faucet.
They're not running water here.
We have to go to the well.
I'm not sure. Is the well even working if the river is dammed up?
They're
Not how
usually
wells work.
yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, what I'm saying is they clearly did not want water into this town. Perhaps they.
But the well pulls water from underground. It works completely differently.
I'm not a.
I just hand you
Well,
a water. I just
make it-
hand you a water skin, please. This is
No,
where
no,
water
no.
comes
I
from
will.
for
I
you.
will gladly have some fungus tea.
I hand you the fungus tea. If you
I-
like mushrooms, it's delicious.
I drink the fungus tea.
Okay, we have to wait 45 minutes and see what the mushroom does.
It's just a normal mushroom.
Okay.
You feel very slightly energized, and you no longer want to kill people first thing in the morning.
Nice.
I usually like my fungus tea with a little bit of milk. There any cows around?
Couple dead ones.
No animals.
As you all awake, as you guys are having this conversation, you can see the sun is beginning to set. And all of you roll perception. Roll a perception check.
Does nope.
Or
No, I want
20. Oh, no.
I am not very perceptive. A whole
no,
7.
fuck. 18, same as the passive.
Okay.
14.
20.
Okay. Arvad and Mr. Cavelian, you guys are begin to hear what sounds like horses. And the kind of creaking and wooden bouncing and ricketing of a wagon or cart of some kind.
Can I tell maybe if it's far away or is it like close to us?
It's not like right outside. It's definitely a ways off, but it's not super far away. You're talking maybe 10 minutes tops before it would be close to you guys.
Clippity clop, clippity clop.
Like the Lord and Lady are on the way back.
Perhaps our hosts are arriving.
Yeah, I turn around to a group and say, "Hey guys, I can feel them coming. Let's get ready. What are we gonna do?"
I believe the plan was to be nice.
But just in case, Goatheart, would you mind lending me your axe for a moment?
Well, why?
So I may assist you in cases of dire consequences.
I'm kind of protective over my axes.
Your choice.
I could lend you a sword if you wanted it.
M3, can you use a sword?
Oh, I have a spear. I do not intend on borrowing it for my own use. It is for your use.
Why do you want my axe?
To upgrade it. It is rather meager and simple.
How are you going to upgrade it?
I have a nanite infusion that I could probably add to your axe blade.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Are
So I
nanites like
hand-
spores?
I hand in my axe.
And
One
I-
of them.
A port opens up in my wrist and a liquid metal pours out, and I rub my hand across it, across both edges, and the blade sharpens. It is now a +1 blade for the duration of the day.
Ooh, thank you.
Josh, while that's going on, I'm gonna ritual cast speak with animals, so I can have a
How long
chat
does
with
that?
Peter.
How long does that take?
10 minutes. I don't know
Okay.
if that's not long enough, then that's fine. But
What are the rest of you doing?
I intend to ask the Lord and Lady's horses where they've been.
Okay.
I guess we
We're just
we
waiting.
can wait for them outside in the house actually.
Is
Or-
the sun still up?
The sun is just at that point where it's both up and down. The sun is like halfway onto the horizon.
I believe that's called setting.
That's setting.
Wait, is there more than one sun?
Are we on Tatooine?
More than one moon, not more than one sun.
Then would that be sun's setting? Sun's set?
Sunset. Just one sun, yeah. It's sunset. 2 moons.
Many moons. 2 moons, 1 sun.
So moon's rise?
Depends on if they're both coming up. The time passes. You hear the cart pull up to the manor. Fargus, you right after that, you would complete your ritual cast of Speak with Animals. What would you all like to do?
All my magic spores. I stand up and shall we?
My brother Ava, this was your idea.
I go out to wait for the Lord and Lady and the horses.
As you step outside, James Franco begins to push you back into the building.
Oh, James.
I'm like, brother
No,
Maury.
I said don't let him in. Don't let in.
No, you said
They
through
come
the
out.
door.
Oh, I said through the door. Oh.
Brother Maury, please.
Not like hurting you. He's just like, oh.
Brother James.
What are you doing,
Brother James. You may let us pass through and follow us as we greet the Lord and Lady.
Kind of like backs up and hands just fall to the side.
Thank you, James. And I proceed to go out.
Okay. As you head to the manor, outside, out front, you see a another well-dressed man, slick, combed back, gray hair. He's standing in front of a large carriage. Heavy, large. You can tell this is a very heavy carriage, well made. Looks like black leather upholstery on the outside, as well as you can see red velvet curtains hanging inside. It is being pulled by 2 large black horses. Think like a Clydesdale type horse. And you can see that he is directing Zed as Zed is carrying bags into the house.
Do they like, how far, as we're coming out of the house, like how far are we from them?
You'd have to like come out of the house and then head over a street. So when you
Okay.
step out into that street, you're probably 60-ish yards away.
Do they notice us?
It's only the one person in Zed that you see outside.
Perhaps even additional caution can be done, and I fire stim packs at Goatheart, myself, and Fungus, just in case. And you feel your heart rate increase, and your eyes brighten. You have 10 additional hit points.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Hit point max increased by 10. Stim packs delivered.
Swear, that looks violent every time you do that.
It is efficient.
That feels fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
It's just the best.
Basically a jolt of
Gotta learn how to turn that into a mushroom. I start walking towards the carriage and the horses and Zed and all them. Shall we?
Yep.
Let's.
As you begin to approach, this individual that you see finally turns in your direction. As he turns, you can see what appears to be a rapier on his side, as well as the handle of something sticking out of his like waistcoat. You can stop right there. Who are you?
I look at,
Oak Arvid with my stick.
yeah.
Like, sir, we don't mean to interrupt. We would just like a word with you.
You can have your word from here.
We are travelers, and we've noticed some weird things happening. May we come in? Seth can vouch for us.
My apologies, right this way. And he kind of steps like backwards in like a non-threatening half bow. The Lord and Lady are freshening up and they are excited to meet you.
So not the Lord or the Lady.
She's not the Lord. Oh, excuse me. I thought that gentleman was the Lord of the house.
You're speaking to the not Zed, you're speaking to the other guy.
The
the
back
other
hair
guy.
guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Probably like a bodyguard kind of thing.
Okay. We're still a little far from them, right? So if I whisper to the group, they won't be able to hear me.
Oh yeah, you're probably 30 yards, about, is it 150 feet away?
Okay. What do we want to know from these people? I asked the group
Everything.
of what is happening in town and everything, right?
Where are the people?
Where did the people go?
Why is the grass dying?
Why were there 3 dead bodies hanging? Not that we should ask all these questions all the time.
I'm taking notes of all the...
Silence. Silence is often better for getting information than speaking.
Okay.
My brother, we should probably also ask if they want to kill us or, feast on our blood.
I will try to tend to the horses briefly and have a short conversation as to where they may have been.
Okay.
So you just walking up to the horses, going like,
Well, I'm gonna ask him if
Nay,
I can talk
nay,
to
nay,
him,
nay,
but
nay.
yes.
don't mind my furbog friend. He's
Seth
just very friendly with animals.
did invite us inside, right?
Zed hasn't really done anything.
Oh, Seth.
He was
the other
carrying
guy.
bags inside and out. And
All right,
this
it was the other guy.
Baldwin
You guys
has
kinda
kind of
like
like, yeah. Kind of done that like butler half bow and then kind of extend his hand out like this way, waiting for you to approach.
We did not get your name.
I am Baldwin.
Baldwin, I am Brother Maury. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Pleasure is mine. If you'll join us in the dining hall, the Lord and Lady should be with us shortly.
As we walk past, Baldwin, your animals are quite striking. Would you mind if I observed them and, fed them a treat or two? I
No.
do love animals.
By all means.
So I walk up over to the horses while the other guys.
Yeah, Baldwin, as you guys come up, he begins to turn and lead you into the house.
Better get some good info from them horses.
I sure hope so. Let's find out. So
What's a horse's intelligence?
I'm looking that up right now.
I'm guessing these would probably be like draft horses.
Horses are smart.
2.
Oh shit.
Honestly, most beasts' intelligence are like in that 2 to 4 range. I think more than 4. I don't think it's even considered a beast at that point, but it is what it is. I pull some sugar cubes out of my, I don't know, somewhere, wherever I store things, mushroom pod pocket.
Okay.
Oh my god, if you had yeast, where was that going to come from?
You don't want to know. I just hold out the sugar cubes.
It just kind of reaches down and takes it from your hand.
Hello, how are you? And I just start stroking their heads.
It kind of turns. It kind of rolls its head a little bit to get a better look at you. I'm just kind of waiting.
Are you comfortable in your harnesses?
Nice. Light.
How was your trip? Were you walking long?
2 suns.
2 suns. Do you walk when the suns are up or when they're down?
Both. Sun warm. No sun cool.
Are you treated well?
Very.
Do you know where you were? Can you tell me anything about where you were 2 suns ago?
Yelling, screaming, came back.
Were there other people other than were in the carriage?
Yes.
Were there less when you left?
No, same. Other ones have shiny, stabby, pokey.
The ones that didn't, the ones not in the carriage.
Yes.
Shiny, stabby, pokey. I'm glad that you're safe.
They
That must have been scary.
jumped out. Master took care of them.
How did he do that?
Shiny, stabby, pokey, boom.
Shiny, stabby, pokey, boom. You are very helpful. Would you like another sugar cube?
Yes.
I pull out another little sugar cube and give it to both of them.
Reaches down. They both reach down and take it.
I will talk to you later, but if you hear any trouble, just remember that I'm nice.
And kind of they do that horse head nod.
Can I do a charisma check or an animal handling or something that if shit goes down, the horses might possibly be some assistance?
Make a persuasion check with advantage.
Definitely not. Sure, you don't want the animal hand. No, I'm just kidding. That's only because it's a +8. That's an 18. 18 is going to be the winner there.
All right.
It's just They seem friendly. They seem like they like me.
Yeah, they were definitely friendly.
Cool.
The rest of you, as Fungus is having his horse conversation, you watch Baldwin kind of guide you in, and offer you seats at the table that you had just eaten at, the night before. He kind of makes a call for the kitchen, and you can see the young girl that had stepped out, as well as Zed, step out from the kitchen area that she had previously come from.
Morning, Zed.
Good morning.
Isn't it evening?
Oh, yes. Good evening, Zed. Sorry.
Hello, Zed. Hello, ma'am.
See, it's not just me.
Brother Zed, what is on the menu tonight?
He kind of turns.
Don't say
Don't say what?
us.
Don't say us.
You.
We're having you for dinner, so. Zed kind of turns, and the girl gives a short curtsy. We will be having steak as well as potatoes.
Where are you procuring all of this steak and potatoes? Is there a butcher nearby?
Storeroom?
Storeroom.
I would like more apples if you don't mind.
No one wants your pith juice.
Apple pea.
I'd like some steak and potatoes, please. I haven't eaten.
Dinner will be served when the Lord and Lady come down.
Are they gonna take long, you know?
She doesn't really answer. She just kind of looks to Baldwin.
I follow the side to Baldwin and ask him if
they've had a long, eventful journey. It may be a few minutes.
Of course.
Gives us more time to eat. Oh wait, you said we don't get to eat till they come. Damn.
Yeah.
Maybe like an appetizer.
Get some crackers.
An anytizer.
I think we can wait until they get here. We are not that hungry.
I mean,
I walk in behind the group. Was my mushroom stew not satisfying?
Thought that was tea.
I didn't get it.
It's mush.
It's mush. Mushroom mush.
It's a many homogeneous solids in a liquid. If that's not a stew, I don't know what is.
I want to ask, Seth, is there? Do you have anything else in the storage room apart from meat and potatoes?
Zed kind of turns and looks at the young lady beside him. We have other foods if meat and potatoes are not to your liking.
Do you perhaps have a yeast infection?
He means yeast. Brewers or bakers' yeast.
We have a little.
I only require a bit, like a teaspoon or two.
To eat?
Yes, please.
I
It's
will
for experimentation.
bring it with your apples.
Thank you.
Oh,
You?
They're
Turn yourself
Yes,
into a
super nice.
like a kiln?
He's
Wait till he explodes from the pressure.
not a kiln, but a
Yeah.
distillery.
Wait till
He's
the
gonna be
pressure starts to
making
build and he
mead.
pops. Boom.
He'll just pee it out.
He's a mead bomb.
She does look at you, Brother Maury, and for your friend.
Oh, my brother James Franco is full for the day. He is okay. No more apples will be needed. I appreciate.
Hmm.
Josh, quick question. When we ate the steak, 12 hours ago or whatever it was, did it taste like
Delicious.
steak? Like
Tasted like
the
meat.
proper... Yeah, that's my question. Like,
Did it taste like beef?
Yeah,
Or
yeah,
Did
did
it have another flavor to
Yeah.
it? Maybe a little
Like
gamier.
pork.
cool.
You think like
I
thigh? Like
Yeah.
Like, did it taste like poorly
Like an arm?
fed peasant?
poorly fed
Or like
peasant.
barbecue.
Barbecue.
Have you
No,
ever seen fried
it.
green
I mean,
tomatoes?
it was
So like
It
greens.
tasted good. It definitely didn't. It was definitely like seasoned and well made. But it tasted like beef.
Yeah.
I think you're having the same thought that I was having just a little bit ago. What is the source of this meat since there's no people around? Yeah.
Hmm.
Is Baldwin around?
Baldwin is standing by the door, like the door
Can
that you guys
I-
came in.
Did he lock the door?
He's kind of standing in front of it.
I look at Baldwin from what the horses told me. Can I take like a closer look at that handle sticking out of his pants?
Sure.
Yo.
I
That's a little personal.
walk up to him. I walk up like a little like very non-threatening. Like, how was your journey?
We've had better journeys. This was interrupted.
The horses seemed not spooked, but like I said, I do like animals. It seemed as if there was some occurrences on the road. Is everything all right?
Yeah, they're just travel weary. We had a small run-in with some miscreants.
Ah, yes. The roads are not as safe as they once were.
No, it seems that way.
They did seem a little on the tired side. How long have you been traveling? Zed did not inform us.
Well, we were out 2 days and back 2 days. We were supposed to be gone for a few weeks, but the incident rattled the lady of the house.
Understandable. And then I turn to walk away from him. Can I perception check or something to see if I know what that handle is? I'm assuming it's a weapon, but do I have any knowledge of that?
You can see it clear enough. I'm gonna say you wouldn't know what that weapon was. It's not very common.
Gotcha. I was going, like I said, I was going off the boom that the horses told me. I just didn't know if I knew what it was.
No, it's not a very common weapon, so it's not something you would have come across. Especially something more out in the wilderness.
Gotcha.
So you didn't ask him if that was a rapier in his pocket or if he was just happy to see you?
I did not know. Okay. I was curious if Fungus knew what a gun was.
No. You do notice with the rapier though that everything he's well dressed, not like old and worn. It's definitely like a newer, clean, well kempt. The rapier is The handle looks ornate, but also very functional.
Okay. Anything else crazy relevant about him or no?
He was like very pale, the slick gray blonde, like gray white hair, very very meticulously put back and like pomaded in place.
Human looking, elf ears, still got a beat on the race.
Ears not full elf, but very slightly pointy.
Okay.
And he has these very piercing eyes, like you almost don't see him blink.
Okay.
Staring contest.
Yeah, I mean, I
Head back over, sit back
turn around, back to just walk back and just kind of sit, wait.
It's not too long. You hear what sounds like people coming down the stairs. As you're all seated, you see Baldwin kind of makes a gesture, and Zed and the young lady disappear into the kitchen. And before long, in a few seconds, Baldwin opens the door and kind of waves his hand and announces, "The Lord and Lady of the Manor, the Brightwoods."
The Brightwoods, right? That doesn't sound right.
You see stepping in first a tall human, black hair, it's kind of slicked back, wearing that same nice high-end like garment, dark colors. He steps in and kind of like takes the hand of a tall, slender woman, like a dark red hair, curly, full, like, down past her shoulders. Very thin. They're both very thin on the pale side. She has like bright red lips and like a very dark green eyes.
Was I sitting at the table or just standing around?
Everyone was seated at the table before they came in.
I get out of my chair and just stand up in attention.
Please be seated. It's so nice to have guests after these many horrible years, it seems.
I just sit down.
Hello, my name is Oriki Goatheart, but please call me Goatheart.
He, like, as he's walking around the table, it's very my pleasure to meet you, Goatheart.
As it appears,
And
we're
how-
doing. Oops, sorry.
How may I address you?
I'm Jensen. You can call me Jensen.
Nice to meet you, Jensen. And you, my lady?
She's, as she sits, I'm Victoria. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Yours as well, Victoria.
Brother Jensen and Sister Victoria, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. My name is Brother Maury, and this undead fellow to my left means you no harm. Please do not be frightened. This is James Franco. He is a pack mule for us, as it would be.
She kind of gives like a half smile, almost like a coy smile, as one is wont to do sometimes.
It is, traveling. No one wishes to carry their own things.
She kind of gestures. That's why Baldwin has been with us these many long years.
Is Baldwin like James? No, I'm just kidding.
as we appear to be doing introductions, I am a Model 3 Design 1000 Warforged.
Jensen kind of sits forward at the table. We haven't seen one of your kind in a long time.
There are not many. Many have fallen.
Vargas just continues to sit quietly.
Okay.
It's one of the like he's not like sitting at a dinner table and like doing this whole thing is just not, it's just not something he does. So like the idea that he should introduce himself just escapes him. It's like it seems pointless to him. He didn't even, like his name is given to him because he like farms mushrooms. Like he does absolutely no concept of like social couth in these like fancy situations.
Well, after that, a few moments of silence, Jensen sits kind of back in his chair. Well, Baldwin, summon Sarah and Anna and let us eat.
Mr. and Mrs. Braywood, we've come from our group has come here because we are trying to understand what this place is, where the people are, and what is happening around. We had a very peculiar encounter with a woman earlier that we're trying to understand.
Jensen gets this coy smile across his face. Haven't we all had a weird encounter with a woman? As Victoria kind of reaches over and slaps him. He kind of rubs his arm. It's been much time since I've had those kind of encounters, but it was once a wonderful, beautiful town. It's since fallen quite a bit. We've been here for, my family has been here for about 100 years now, but some time ago this place was supposedly cursed. We have recently moved back with our servants and going to try to make this what it once was.
Cursed by who or what, if I may ask?
Well, if you believe the stories, 3 witches were found to be capturing and torturing children and using their blood for some kind of demonic purposes, and they were hunted down and destroyed by the townsfolk, and in their dying breaths they cursed that nothing would grow here.
Is there a black candle we need to light? Or no, I'm just kidding. Hocus Pocus reference. Would those 3 happen to be the bodies that were hanging in the stable?
Maybe. I wouldn't know. We haven't really ventured out of the manor.
My brother, why do you not venture out of the manor?
Were you not just on a 2-day trip?
We venture out of the town, not out of the manor while we're here. There have been some unpleasant noises at night outside.
Could you expand or clarify?
Are you talking about the wolves?
Wolves, we understand. It's the screaming and the retching in a town with no people.
Hearing that and thinking back, did we hear anything at night?
No, not coming in, no.
How often does that occur? We spent the day in most of last night in the town and did not hear the such sounds.
I'd say 2 or 3 times a week.
Have you made any ventures to find the source of these noises? Is there a centralized place where it comes from and it originates?
No, that's why we tend to stay in the manor at night. It seems to move around.
That is a shame. These are good lands, and I hope you will be profitable with them someday.
You said you recently returned. How long have you been back in your manor?
Just under a year now.
So right after the witches were killed?
Oh no, it's been quite some time since then.
How long ago were the witches killed?
Again, if you believe the rumors, a decade ago or so.
Okay.
Who did the killing? The townsfolk?
From what I understand.
And those townsfolk are no longer resident.
They are no longer among the living.
Very well.
They are like James Franco or just dead?
We're not sure. There was some correspondence after they supposedly caught the witches, and when the next shipment of grain was sent to be sent out, when they came to the town to collect it, there was no one left alive. No one left at all.
You mean like they disappeared?
Yes.
How many people were there in town, do you know? How many people lived here?
At that point, the town was already dwindling. I'd say no more than 30.
Rather peculiar.
Brother, this seems like one heck of a curse to rob the land of its growth and vanish the entire town. It all seems rather peculiar. Cannot say that word.
Very, but this is my family's land, so... Was.
The real important question is, what is your intentions on how you're going to fix it? Do you require some assistance for the plants and the animals that seem withered or not even here?
We were headed to Pudmit when we ran into some troubles along the road. Baldwin handled them quickly, but Victoria was rattled, so we turned back. But that is our plan.
Troubles, you say. What was it that happened?
Some of the more underprivileged saw fit to try to take what was ours.
Sounds like banditry.
You've obviously come across these types before.
On occasion. Sometimes the best and most efficient way to deal with them is to expediently dispatch them.
As Baldwin did.
So you're saying that there are some dead bodies somewhere along the road?
If they haven't been eaten by the scavengers, the wolves, and other creatures that roam at night.
What was your business in Pudman?
I was hoping to find people that aren't scared off by the curse to bring back and try to repopulate.
My god, Ioun compels me to always find sources of information, data, and fulfill my archives. I am most curious as to the source of this curse. Would you mind if I were to roam the lands in the evenings?
By all means.
Thank you.
Speaking of false gods, like this Ioun, my brother and sister, are you familiar with a church of Eliana? You know, some walk from here.
Yes, I do believe those bandits found that first, as upon returning past today, it was burned to the ground.
What? Weird.
Oh,
You know, churches are known for taking a tithe, and perhaps these bandits were seeking that money, that gold.
I had my 2 status of Liana.
If I may correct your interpretation of the information, it was not bandits that burned down the church. I watched it burn.
I just hit him in the head with the stick. Clang.
Well, no matter who burned the church, it's a good thing that it was burnt down to no longer spread the lies of Ileana and have those walking a false path.
He kind of turns his head to you, like really confused look on his face. Brother Maury.
There was the location was already filled with dead corpses when we came upon it. And as we thought the land was unclean, so we decided to purify by fire.
He's kind of sitting, like you see him sit back with it, like cross his arms, like I don't know what to say to that. Like just running through his head that he's sitting with a group of people that burned down a church.
Well, it was out of necessity. In fact, the woman encountered that I previously talked was in this church. We found a woman with dark skin biting into the neck of one of the clerics, which is what I wanted to ask. We have found these bodies with like bites on their necks. Then we found this woman. So I want to know if you have encountered some of these in your travels, since you live in this area and travel around the area.
No, we've never seen anyone biting anyone's neck. It didn't enjoy it anyway. He kind of gets ribbed by his wife again.
Sir, Jansen, do you wish to file a report about spousal abuse?
Not if he's smart.
Kind of like looks at you like, what?
I've heard tales.
Could I check if he's telling the truth about not knowing or not finding?
Yeah, roll an insight check.
Oh shit! 5.
He seems like he's telling the truth.
He had told what's his name to like get 2 other people.
Sarah and Anna, and one of the girl that was serving you previously has been bringing plates out, and he's kind of been watching, waiting almost for the other one to bring food out.
My lord and lady, where are you procuring all of this food from? How are you surviving?
We have shipments brought in, usually weekly.
That must cost you a fortune.
It's beginning to add up.
So it really would be a good thing for you to reestablish this town so that you don't have to import everything all the time.
That was why we originally came back.
Where were you before you came back? If I might ask.
My family hails from here, but I moved away very young to Seaskull and made quite a bit of money shipping things.
Logistics are a very important task, and it's a valuable service to a community and economy.
And do you have any idea on how to stop this curse?
If I did, I wouldn't be headed to Pudsmit to find someone to do it for me.
I wonder if the curse has anything to do with how we ended up in those cells. I say, like, to the group, like, almost not even talking at the Lord and the Lady.
Are you some kind of convicts?
No.
Speak for the group, but no, I am not.
We are kidnapped survivors.
So a few nights ago, we all awoke. We had been traveling, and individually, actually, and we awoke, and we were all in what appeared to be jail cells, but we didn't remember being taken there. And after escaping and getting out, it turned out that we were inside a mausoleum near that church that was burned down.
By someone.
Whoever.
Bandits or something, yeah.
That is peculiar. The only mausoleum belonged to the Gold Bottle family.
Do any of these names sound familiar to me? Because I was here, 70, 80 years ago?
Well, as a druid, one of the names sounds familiar.
Okay, fair. Does what is it? Bright Forest?
Brightwood.
Bright Forest.
That was close. It's everything. Look, if it's it's all druid to me. So, what do I know anything about Gold Bottle? Like the family, like the mausoleum?
I mean, you knew they were halflings, but
okay. I mean, if that's all I know, I don't even worry about sharing it.
yeah.
Why would this family need a mausoleum with prison cells?
It's not something I like to do, wandering into mausoleums.
Well, I did not want to awaken in a mausoleum, but so Ileana's false path took me there.
If it took you there, how could the path be false? Because you would need a path to get there. Logic.
It is a false path because that is not where I wanted to be.
So
if you are on a path headed to one place and you end up in a different place, then that was a false path.
Sensible. Argument
Semantics.
accepted.
I would love to poke a hole in that logic, but
The path is a lie.
Exactly. My brother Arvad, I knew you were picking up what I was putting down. The path of Ileana is a false path. Ileana is not real.
Do you have some problem with Eliana?
I have no problem with something that is not real.
He kind of like cocks his head at you a little bit, like that dog think thing. You see him kind of pick his silverware up while he's still trying to ponder over that. It's like starts cutting into his steak.
Oh, the food has arrived?
Oh,
I
yeah.
Eating too. I just eat that plate.
Can I cut
What?
open the steak? Sorry, go ahead.
No, you said I eat the plate. I said not the food.
Well, everything.
Chewing on glass.
I want to like cut the steak open and really look at it. Like, does it really look like beef? Is the color right?
Roll a perception check.
I see him do that, and like I also inspect mine carefully. I'm like, what is he looking at? What is this?
14.
Looks like a well marbled steak.
M3 sees everyone looking at their food, and he looks at his apple. It's
Roll a
confused.
perception.
He's confused when everyone's looking at their food and just eats his apple.
Ooh, Fungus.
Terrible.
No, I didn't.
Vargas is like, this definitely isn't a mushroom.
This is not a mushroom. I thought this was portobello. Or the potatoes are cooked, I assume.
Yeah.
Okay. I
Nice.
wouldn't be able to if I kept any of them, would I be able to replant them?
No.
Nah, I just eat them.
I pour
I just like it's like 3 bites for me.
I
Whole
pour the
steak,
spoon of
potato,
yeast into my
potato.
mouth.
Josh, quick question. Is that church a mausoleum like part of like considered part of the town, or is it like something that's like?
I mean, its mailing address maybe had the same like
the same
town
zip code?
name, but like it's definitely not like inside the town.
But it's part of like okay.
No, it's like a day's walk from here, so it's not like right down the street.
I see. Okay.
You guys traveled most of the night to get here after burning the church down.
Allegedly.
No, you guys definitely did it.
Well,
I
me like
left my mushroom calling card. Yeah, I mean, I finish eating, and sit there. Again, this is weird. I don't actually, I don't like being just inside for this amount of time.
I asked the lord and lady, may I use the restroom?
Of course. Around back.
I start heading over, and I want to look for things that seem like out of place or weird or.
I mean, there's not running water in this civilization, so it's like an outhouse.
Oh.
You have to leave the building.
Yeah,
Leave
like
the-
you outside and then around the house.
Would you like an escort to the outhouse? I can watch.
No, it's fine. And I go to the back house.
Like you've already been through this room before. You head out through that main entranceway. Everything seems normal.
Main entrance. There's no back door or anything.
You do see a door in the back of the house, but it's not something you have access to. You do see that they have pulled the cart like around to the side of the house by this, or the back of the house by this door. You see 2 like large crates almost in the back of the cart.
Anything inside those crates?
Are you gonna go try to break in?
I just wanna take a peek, see if there's anything out of the ordinary.
I mean, they're both very large boxes, probably, I want to say about 3 feet by about 2 feet, and then about 7 feet long.
Okay.
And they are sealed, so you would have to definitely
sealed.
break into them.
Every dungeoneering kit comes with a crowbar, baby.
You see, I have like ink and paper and stuff. Okay.
You're also accompanied by a robot.
Who's watching? No, he did say, I think he did tell M3 to stay
He
inside.
declined.
Yeah, I declined the offer.
Surprise.
Okay. I guess I just do my business and head back inside.
Okay.
Can you role play you doing your business?
Oh, I could.
No.
Please don't.
Or not.
Nah,
Please don't.
no, that's not Twitch appropriate.
Yeah, I walk back inside. Maybe.
While you're out, is there anything anyone would like to ask or do?
My brothers and sisters, I think it is clear we need to remove the blight from this land so that the lovely Lord and Lady Brightwood may restore it to its once splendid nature. Now, my Lord and Lady, if you could direct us in any sort of helpful manner as to how we might do that.
You can kind of see him sit back and like cross his arms and rub his chin for a second.
This is what you were seeking in Pudmit, and it has come to you.
Almost divinely. I look at Brother Mori sarcastically.
Victoria sits forward, kind of rests her elbows on the table. We went to hire adventurers to wait outside and find the source of this noise and see if that's what's causing this issue.
I would say adventurers have found you.
If it means possibly restoring the natural balance to the land, I am for this plan.
And what would your fee be?
Fee?
Well, that's a fine question.
No
So
work
Josh-
is done free. Go ahead.
What would my salary have been as part of the mercenary company?
Let me look that up.
Yeah, well, we ain't shit.
I personally have misplaced my cart of mushrooms, and a replacement cart wouldn't be the worst thing I could have.
We could perhaps build a mushroom shed in attachment to the outhouse. They would effectively be symbiotic.
It is true. Outhouse is a great place to grow some mushrooms.
I have a couple for that. There's a few on this list.
I like that your prep for this campaign was list of mushrooms.
If I could, I have a whole list of DM approved mushrooms that I
Nice.
have on me.
I'm imagining like a stamp or a gold sticker that just says DM approved.
DM approved. I sent him the link. He said, "Yep, all those are fine. Just none of this list of 100 magical ones you found."
When you were actively working like out on doing something, you were looking at anywhere from 5 to 10 gold a day.
Okay.
And then
So-
when you were on retention, it was like like 15 silver a day, give or take.
Like a stipend kind of deal.
Yeah.
So, let's see. What's my intelligence? I'm not terribly smart. So, I tell them, for speaking for myself, my going rate is 10 gold per day. Not realizing that I probably could up it and get the money, but.
And as for the rest of you?
Well, if there are 6 of us, then perhaps we can accomplish the task 6 times as quickly. So perhaps we could have a going rate of 60 gold per day for the entire group, with possibilities of negotiation for a retainer, perhaps, on top of that, if we complete this task to your satisfaction.
Gotta say, I'm a big fan of a vampire lord quest giver. So yeah, totally on board with that.
We don't know if they're vampires.
We're just the characters don't. We have our suspicions.
They could have a skin condition.
He sits back and rubs his fangs.
Why? What long teeth you have?
No, you see him sit back. Because we don't know how many days it will take you to accomplish this task, I will say 75 gold for the completion of the task.
And a cart.
If there is one in town, you can have it.
Did I see a cart in town?
You didn't.
I poke Cavelian under the table with my stick. Was there a cart in town that you saw?
Did I see them?
Yes.
Yes, there's a cart in town.
Then we have an accord.
My brother, I would like to make one more request of you, and that is that should you restore this town to its once glorious condition, I request that whenever I pass through, I may perform not necessarily a ritual, but I may preach the divinity within to your town and be given a pulpit with which to do so.
You can see him kind of sit back. Of course, you can preach anything that doesn't worship the fallen gods.
There is no god that will be preached about when I give my sermon. I can guarantee you that.
Then the town center is yours anytime you want it.
I appreciate. Now we just need to populate the town.
Well, before we populate the town, we have to get rid of the curse.
And it is nighttime, so perhaps we should adjourn to the outside.
I am
Please.
sitting on the toilet.
Please, can we go outside?
No, you're back inside at this point.
Okay.
Man, you really had to go.
He was back here snooping for a while. What is this?
Did I miss the whole negotiation stuff? Yeah.
You came in at the end of the negotiation when Fungus was asking for a cart.
Okay.
Oh, it's a cart, man.
So be it. Shall we?
All right.
Walk the grounds.
Push away the bench and stand up and kind of hurriedly walk back outside.
Well, I wish you all luck, and because he stands whenever you guys begin to stand. If you need a safe haven or a place to rest, Baldwin will set you up with a room. I'm going to check on Sarah and Anna. I've only seen Sarah. So if you'll excuse me.
Could I ask for some snacks for my travels? If they have some.
The to-go bag.
I like to go back.
Doggy bag?
Food.
Yeah. Doggy bag.
You see
in the
him
forest
pop in
long.
and he comes out and he throws you a rather large apple.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. That works.
All right, so
What? All right, so I walk outside
okay.
and just kind of stare around like, all right, now what?
Suppose we wait for creepy noises to happen? And then track the noises? This is not something I am particularly good at.
Mr. Cavelian, would you have a recommendation for tracking spooky noises as the resident scout?
Josh, do I have any idea? Because Damien, not being a scout, hasn't got a fucking.
I mean, you have you would have an idea on how to track things, so it would be kind of pinpointing the noise first, and then you could kind of pinpoint where it is, and then follow it from wherever that point would be.
Okay. Yes, I have an idea. It's probably best if we get in the open. If we're standing too close to buildings, sound will reflect off the building and give a false location.
Perhaps a bird's eye view if we climb above on some of the buildings, rooftop. Would
Yes,
that be
might
better?
work.
How the smaller buildings, I'm assuming that Goatheart and I could literally just like boost the rest of the party up on top of them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just like put people up on rooftops. Like, here you go.
Yeah. Perhaps we can just raise you onto the rooftops for observation.
Oh, I can get up. That's fine. But thank you.
I was speaking more to the clanky metal man.
Can you lift 350 pounds of steel?
100% he can lift 350 pounds.
I want to see you try.
Well, it'd be just as easy if I just climbed up myself.
I'll take the help.
There you go.
Yeah, wait,
And I
wait.
just, like,
Are we just trying to get on a halfling house? We're trying to get on a normal-sized house, right?
either way, they'll
yeah.
only be like 10, 12 foot tall. We're 8 foot tall. You extend your arms up, and I can reach 12 feet.
Pretty close. Like if he picks you up, like, you know, boosts you straight up, you would have.
You just step onto the roof.
Yeah, you'd be like your waist would be over the edge of the roof.
Here we go, up and at him. I just lift him up on and just like let him step onto the roof.
Like he's a baby, legs kicking.
Simba.
Ow, stop it.
All right.
My brother, is there perhaps a more graceful way I could be hoisted upon this roof?
Well, I could lift you.
Let us go that route.
She is more graceful.
You think?
That's fair.
I'll
so
gladly.
I put my hands in, like, you know, that foothold thing and allow you to step in, and then I just lift your, you know, feet right up and you climb right on. Was that a little more graceful?
Yes, my sister, that was much more graceful than whatever it was Brother Fungus was doing to Ava.
I was placing him on the roof. It was successful.
Now, do you need a hand, or are you able to get up on your own?
I was actually just going to stay on the ground.
Same. I'm not, you know, I don't really like heights.
I don't trust the roof to support both me and you.
and the 350-pound.
And the giant metal man.
Are you guys on the same roof, or are you guys going on different roofs?
I think me and Brother Mori are on the same roof.
Yeah. Me and Arva definitely on the same roof.
Definitely on the same roof.
I'll be going to a different roof. Is there one with a chimney?
Yeah, I'm sure there is.
Okay, so I will find a separate roof, home with a chimney, and I cast Thorn Whip at the chimney, and I use it to pull myself up.
Okay.
And it comes out as a string of metal wire and barbed thorns. It's barbed wire as I climb up.
It's actually a really nice aesthetic touch. I
Yeah.
like that.
Mr. Cavelian, where are you located?
I'm going to go on a different roof to everybody.
Okay. The night kind of passes that first hour, where you can still see the sun warming the sky. That fades, and you notice it's ridiculously dark, even though you can see the moon in the sky. It's almost like oppressively dark here.
I'll spend some time on the rooftop, and I will engage a holographic sight over my eyes, and my ears pop open again, and I ceremoniously cast, ritualistically cast Detect Magic.
Okay.
And I'll be refreshing that every 10 minutes.
Okay.
I am
lost
able
an
to
hour.
see, right? Sorry, go ahead.
It lasts an hour, so you don't have to do it every 10 minutes.
Oh, thank you.
What's your... Hold on one second.
Range is 30 feet of self.
Right.
How far apart are these buildings situated from each other?
That's up to you guys. Do you... How far did you want between each other?
Not far.
Okay.
Yeah, close, but like not right on top of each other.
So there's like
maybe-
one roof in between everybody?
As maybe like 20 feet, like 20 feet.
Yeah,
30
so
feet.
like one's on one roof, then a space, then like a building, then a next roof, and
Mm-hmm.
When I would have told James Franco to stay
On the
down
ground.
and, like, guard my building.
Don't let anyone up. It looks like they're gonna kill me. Mr. Cavelian. You see kind of sneaking in to the town. It appears to be a young woman, black hair. She looks very similar to the woman who brought your food out.
Okay.
But you see her kind of like sneaking her way into the town.
I'll gesture over at Goatheart and give her the signal, direction, location of the person that I saw.
Okay.
And hopefully she's close enough to other people she can pass that information.
Okay.
Yeah, Goodhart, I think you and I stayed on the ground, kind of just like
Yeah.
next to each other, alert.
So I see the signal from Cavelian, then I just kind of nudge Fungus and head off in that direction. But I would like to do it in stealth.
Okay, make me a stealth check.
I follow along. Don't know how stealthy I'm gonna be, but
Woohoo, I'm so stealthy with a 9.
oh, haha, one better, 8.
And I'm not even wearing armor.
Well, you can see that as you kind of catch up to this woman, she's making her way towards the manor. You can see her kind of trying to be stealthy, but not really almost like that young girl sneaking back home, not really, all that stealthy, but trying and really focused on her task, so she doesn't really notice you at all.
Idea at age? Is she like, when you say young girl, are we talking like 6 or are we talking
no, like 20s,
like teenager,
20s, like early 20s? She looks very similar to the woman who brought your food out.
So it was Sarah and Anna that that Jensen mentioned, correct?
Yes.
And he said he hadn't seen which one? Was it Anna?
Oh, yes, Anna.
Should I call her name? Anna.
You see she kind of turns around, this terrified look on her face. Wild hair. And when she makes eye contact with you, she turns and immediately starts running back towards the manor.
I give chase.
I follow. I'd run after with her, but I'm not. I didn't hear any wailing, so I'm not convinced it's a threat. But she is running from us. As we run, I'm like, she could be running because she doesn't know we're here.
Okay. She's very fast. Very fast. Sprinting back towards the house. The look on her face was like sheer terror and panic.
Anna, I don't mean you any harm.
Are you like yelling this as you're chasing?
Yeah.
Roll a persuasion check.
19.
See if she's convinced.
Stops.
You can see that she kind of slows, but still is moving in the direction of the house.
How far?
She's only maybe 50 feet from the house, and she's going towards the back door, not the front door.
Do I notice all this commotion since people are just running now?
Yeah, all of you would have been able to see this happening.
I watch in the opposite direction from which Anna was running.
Okay.
To see if there's something else giving chase.
Anna, the Lord and Lady have hired us to make this town safe. I only want to help you.
You can still see this panic. She's like looking back over her shoulder. She has this panic on her face. She makes it to the door. You can hear her banging on the back door. Heavy thuds. It seems to be sounding louder than you think she would be able to hit the door.
While she's beating on, I mean, can we catch up to her while she's...
Oh yeah, she stopped at this point.
It is okay. Why do you run?
Just, you can hear this like panting, almost superficial panting, as she's pounding on the door and screaming, Sarah, open the door.
It's okay, Anna. We're friends. We're not going to hurt you.
She turns and looks at you. You see her eyes have a reddish hue. Her skin is very pale. Like even almost a grayish tint to it.
Does that in my travels or anything like that, does that mean anything to me?
It's not natural.
Am I able to see her neck?
No. You're not from where you guys are. No.
Not from where we are.
You guys can see this happening, but they're like a ways.
They're far.
Yeah, you guys can see this and kind of see her cornered.
I just calm down. My name is Fungus. We've been hired to remove some type of curse. We saw you running. We merely took chase because we've not seen you. What is your name?
She's like backed, almost like that feral creature backed up to the door. She kind of has like squatted down a little bit, kind of hands behind her, but like touching the wall. And she has this look like she could jump at you at any moment. She goes, "My name is Anna, and you need to leave."
Okay, so we've been asked to stay.
They all need to leave.
Who is they?
At this point, you hear the door kind of unlatch from behind her and swing open. And she turns and you see Zed and Sarah standing in that doorway.
Zed, it appears we may have unintentionally frightened Anna.
Anna turns and grabs Sarah by the shoulders. "You need to leave. He's coming. You have to go."
She says this to Sarah.
Yeah. Almost as if you guys don't exist.
I look at Goatheart, I wonder if that is our Corey.
Who is coming, Anna?
Leon is coming.
Who's Leon?
He's what made me this. And you hear a scream. I need Fungus and Oriki to make a con save.
Oh, that's not good. Yeah, it's important.
Hey.
14.
Okay.
Do I have an advantage on this, friend? No, I got nothing.
Now this has nothing to do with mushrooms. The rest of you hear this ear-piercing scream. Fungus and Oriki, you guys cover your ears as this just almost seems to vibrate inside your skull. Just this roaring, high-pitched scream. You see Sarah and Zed kind of drop to their knees, holding their head behind, as you see Anna begin to turn and just tear through the town unnaturally quickly.
The scream came from Anna?
Yes.
Is she moving towards, like, we're on a roof, Kvellian's on a roof, like, we're on a few roofs. Is she coming our way? Yeah, Medic's on a roof. Like, is she coming?
She's
towards
headed
us,
like
away?
out of the town.
Oh, like towards like that bridge or whatever.
Yeah, just in the direction that you guys are. You're kind of in that direction, but she just like around the building to the main road, and she's just headed back in the direction that you guys came in from.
Super fast, right?
Just insanely quickly.
Are we like incapacitated? Like, or can I?
No, you guys are
quickly
incapacitated for one turn.
Is she more than 90 feet away when I can act again?
Yes. She's like almost blurredly quickly running out of here.
I just look at Zed. What the hell was that?
Zed is still crumpled up. Like you can see blood coming from his ears. Same with Sarah. Just lots of pain.
Yes, I'll run towards Vargas and Oriki and ask. Did we see exactly what happened, or?
Yeah, you guys could see it. All of you could see it from where you were, except James Franco. He couldn't see it.
And I asked him, "Is everyone okay?"
It would take you a while to get there. You know, get down off the roof and then cross the distance that they are to the manor.
Okay, I start doing it, I guess.
So she's moving so fast, like I know how fast I can move and like things I can do to move quicker and such. Dash action, but not metagaming. Would I think I could like angle and catch her, or like no shot? Like why would I even
You could probably cut her off at the pass. Like, because if you like went towards the front gate of the city, you could probably catch her there. If you like really, really sprinted.
Do it.
Oh man. I will drop down and I will shout to James Franco as I drop it. Brother James, follow me at your fastest pace. Which is not very fast.
Yeah, I'm not sure what a zombie speed is, but I don't think it's high.
I believe it's 20, I think.
It's like 40 around if he dashes. Ooh.
Yeah.
The soft
bolting
bag is undefended. I'm gonna drop from the roof and follow.
Okay.
Wait, am I the soft beanbag?
Meat bag.
Meat bag. Yeah.
Meat bag. Sorry, meat bag. Beanbag.
Or is you kind of come out in front of the gate. You see Anna. Now you can see her mouth kind of open, pointy teeth. See these red eyes kind of burning at you.
When I'm within 30 feet of her, I'd like to cast Suggestion on her.
Okay. All right, what is the save for that?
Wisdom 16.
Okay. What is your suggestion?
My sister, I suggest that you stop acting in a feral nature, walk back to the manor, and have a civil conversation with me and my compatriots.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to suggest some civility up in this town.
Just making sure that
That's what, Josh?
yeah, that's not like a resistance. You see the Anna kind of slow and stop, and you can see those more vampiric features kind of meld away. The eyes kind of fade into
vampiric features.
Vampiric features.
Wow, weird.
kind of melt away. The eyes kind of lose that glowing red color. And she kind of stops and turns around and begins walking back towards the manor.
I'll catch up and like walk with her.
James, you see James Franco kind of shudder up behind you, like kind of doing that shuddery road, like and that like slows down to like a almost he almost sounds out of breath, but like not really.
If he had breath.
Yeah. And what are the rest of you doing?
I follow Brother Mori just to his side, since at that point they're turning around and I caught up.
I went down to just make sure that Fungus, Goatheart, and were okay with the scream, since I saw them, like covering their ears, and it was a little harder for them.
Yeah, there seems to be no permanent damage to Fungus or Goatheart.
As when they took off and I saw the other guys run after them, I checked on Zed and Sarah. Just, are they, do they need help, kind of thing?
Yeah, they're probably gonna need some therapy after this, but they're physically recovered quickly.
Are you two okay? I asked Sarah and Zed.
You could see Zed kind of rubbing his ears and his head. I'm not sure. I've never seen that before.
How long has Anna been acting different?
As Sarah, climbs to her feet. She left a note 3 days ago that she had met a man and they were running off together.
This must be that Leon that was mentioned.
Sounds right. Well, I think we found part of the problem, at least. I'm not sure about the curse, but the screaming at night.
Maybe it is all connected.
Possibly. I think we should talk to Lord and Lady Brightwood.
Well, if Anna was telling us that we needed to leave and that Leon was coming, and she was running from Leon, perhaps our attentions need to remain outside for the time.
Well, but we also need to let Lord and Lady Brightwood know that there is something coming so that they can be prepared as well.
Probably not a bad idea.
Mr. Cavalian, have you joined us yet?
No, I'm still on the roof. I've got my bow
out. You see Brother Maury, Anna, and James Franco, and M3 come around the back of the house.
My sister here wishes to apologize for her actions and engage in a more civil conversation. Is that not right, sister?
Anna kind of does. Yes, I would like to have a civil conversation.
Can you tell me more about Leon?
He's beautiful. Eyes that pierce almost into your soul.
Almost?
Can you tell me what he looks like?
Tall, dark hair, beautiful eyes. He's broad shoulders, always has on the nicest clothes.
And he's coming. Was he chasing you?
No, he doesn't know I've gone yet.
But he's coming here to the manor?
I believe so.
Do you know what his purpose is?
No.
I'm going to step away and go towards the house where Mr. Cavalian is, to let him know to be on the lookout for this tall, handsome stranger with piercing eyes that may be coming with malintent.
Understood.
What did this Leon do to you, Anna?
He made it so we could be together forever.
Yeah, it's about right.
And what do you mean with that?
He made it so we'd be together forever. Gave me these powers.
What powers and how did he do this?
It was very physical. And if you'd like me to show you, I will again.
Understood. I am curious, but now is not the time.
Yeah, try it on the robot.
And where would we find this Leon?
There's a church not far from here, and in the cemetery, there is a mausoleum that he sleeps in.
Or there.
Well, there's still a mausoleum. Was that the direction she was running from? Like when she coming back to the manor from that direction?
Yeah.
Am I able to now see her neck? Sort of, if she has the bites in her neck.
You don't really see like any bites.
When I first approached her and she was more bestial, did she look very similar to a bestial woman I have seen, the day before?
Yeah.
In a church?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Like almost like it was the exact same person.
Yeah. What are the odds?
I'm just, to be honest, I'm trying to figure out how much Fungus actually cares if there's vampires around, so long as they're not like functionally killing wildlife.
You would understand that.
Right.
No, very not.
No?
They're so undead kind of kill everything around it. All life dies in their presence. So like trees would wither and die, grass withers and dies.
Gotcha.
Everything dies in the presence of any kind of undead. So I don't think Fargus would be like, it's fine.
It's fine. I don't care if they kill people, just not animals.
Yeah, well, they would die too. They, just kind of disease and rot. And
have you seen any animals around except for the horses?
I have not. No.
Then.
Yeah. Okay. I was trying to suss out how pissed off at her I would be. Mickey, do you share that with the group that you think that it's the same thing that we saw kill the clerics?
Probably. I mean, he'll probably start asking some very specific questions, like, my sister Anna, have you seen us before?
yes,
Where have you seen us?
I saw you in the church.
I thought I recognized you. You ran away so quickly, though.
You tried to kill me.
I was fearful for my own life, as you might understand. Did Leon perhaps keep individuals locked away like live people, but like a food cellar kind of thing?
he called them his snacks.
Yeah. I like to think of myself as a snack too.
Jesus.
Sorry, I clip this. Clip it. Clip it now.
Fungus is going to take a couple of steps back, and I'm not necessarily readying anything particular, but just being like I'm not 100% sure. I can tell that she's under a spell, so like I'm not 100% sure how this is going to go if it wears off.
I mean, you could tell she's under a spell. She's just having a cordial conversation or civil conversation.
Considering she just screamed and tore down the town and then walked back calmly with you, a magic user, Fungus is not particularly dumb.
Fungus, you make a good point. I look to Zed, and is Sarah there as well?
Yes, Sarah and Zed are standing just inside the door.
Do you perhaps have any manacles, chains, with which to hold a person on these grounds?
Zed kind of gives you this look like, no, why would we have those?
Just in case. Very well. Never mind then.
What about some rope?
I have rope. I just was hoping for something stronger, but apparently this place is of limited resources. They did not plan ahead. So I pull out some rope.
Okay.
My brother, you do not need to bind this girl. She only wishes to engage in civil conversation for at least another 7 hours and 50 minutes.
I forgot how long that stupid spell lasts.
Yeah.
Oh,
Less
I
than
thought
8 hours.
your means of civil conversation were more limited time. My apologies.
No, she will stay in this manner and talk civilly for a long period of time. As long as I stay
Concentrating.
yeah.
I
As long as I keep my mental facilities about me.
is Tweeter around?
Yes.
I just
He's always around.
and I just like I just ask him to like fly in the direction of Tweeter. If you'd be so kind as to fly in the direction of the church we burned, and if you see someone,
Allegedly.
bring back a leaf.
Tweeter kind of takes off.
Hey, Anna. Does Leon has seen? Are the others like you? Has he made other people be with him forever?
No, he loves me.
I mean, he didn't eat her.
I mean, you have a point.
Does Leon have any servants that serve both you and himself?
No.
No servants. Okay.
Do your parents know about Leon?
My parents are dead.
Do the Lord and Lady know about Leon?
No, I came to tell them that they need to leave.
I see.
Because Leon means to cause them harm?
Leon wants where they live. He wants the town for his own.
I think we should. Do you know anything about the wailing and screaming that happens from time to time around the manor?
Leon says that's his way of trying to get the people out. The 3 women gave this town to him.
The witches?
Witches. Was that
3 women.
around a decade ago?
I don't know.
Probably witches.
My sister Anna, do you think he perhaps told these three women that he loved them as well and that they would be together eternally? Do
No,
you think that
he said
is a
they
game?
reached out to him to bring him here.
Ah. And you trust everything that this Leon says?
Yes, he loves me.
He would not deceive you.
No.
But has he ever asked you to do things that you did not wish to do, such as harm other people?
Well, there was this one thing. He wanted me to bring my sister to him.
As a snack, or
He said
As,
he was hungry, and I said she knew how to cook better than I did.
that is true. I have had your sister's cooking, and she is an excellent chef.
She's got nice apples.
Well, you dirty.
Me, Dick, I said this conversation was to be civil.
They're nice apples. They go well in my mouth.
Yes. Anyway,
Oh, Jesus.
I think this Leon character is definitely, whether it's the curse or not, is
He's connected to it.
probably the number one thing we should worry about first.
If we wanted to meet this Leon, would you take it? Would you take us to him, Anna?
Yeah.
Is there anything that Leon avoids?
He doesn't go out during the day.
Anything else that you know of?
Something he hates.
He said he's the one who stopped the river.
Interesting.
While this is going on, I'm going to kind of motion up to Mr. Cavelian and ask him if he's seen anything.
Roll a perception check, Mr. Cavelian.
$11.
You have seen on the outskirts of town what looks like wolves kind of passing by every so often. But other than that, nothing.
Just some wolves. Nothing else.
Okay. I'm going to stay near Cavelian so that if he sees anything, I can go towards it.
Okay.
Is Fungus pretty convinced at this point that there's a good chance that Leon is responsible for the lack of animals and plant death about?
Yeah.
I think we know what we need to act upon the blight.
I turn to Zed and tell him, please inform Lord and Lady Brightwood of what you have heard here, as well as inform Baldwin to secure the compound for their safety, in case we do not succeed in resolving this issue.
Zed kind of nods. I will let them know. Sarah pipes up. Will she be okay?
My sister, in several hours, she will not be okay. I fear she will return to her more bestial state. should I lose my mental capacities?
In the meanwhile, perhaps it may be safer to bind her strongly with rope in case Brother Mori loses what limited mental faculties he possesses.
Feel like that was an insult.
Insult or not, it is not a bad idea.
Yeah, is there perhaps a cellar that she could be locked in? And we can test it right now, and I can allow my limited mental capacity to fade.
I mean, you guys have seen some of the houses have like the cellars that the doors are on, open from the outside.
My brother Zed, you would know this town the best of all of us here.
I know the manor. I don't know the town very well.
Worthless.
I think we put her in one of the cellars and
Bind her
tie it
strongly
shut.
with rope.
Put something heavy on the door. It might be sufficient.
My brothers, we may find it difficult for her to leave this manor, as she is only gonna want to be in this manor having a civil conversation for a very long time.
Can we move her physically?
I
go to just like pick her up.
She's really calm. She just kind of stands there as if someone suggested that she's really nice.
I would have recommended we just have our conversation down in the cellar to be more comfortable, but oh well.
I just kind of pick her up and nothing happens. I'm like, okay, shall we adjourn to a cellar?
Sure.
I just walk with them down to a house nearby that has a cellar, and
Yeah.
just kick the door open and walk down to the ducking my head real low, just place her gently on the
ground. She just kind of stands there. She's looking around.
M3 looks at Fungus. You have a peculiar way of picking up women.
Only when necessary.
we may wish to still bind her, but I fear the speed and strength we have already seen, your rope will not be sufficient.
If there's enough rope.
Whole body wrapped in rope.
Whole body wrapped in rope. I mean, I pull out my rope and just hand it to Medic.
What kind of rope is it?
Hempen?
Okay.
50 feet of it.
That should be good.
Gonna
I'm not
wrap
much
her
for tying things
twice?
up, but
like a mummy.
Cocoon.
yeah,
Twice?
mummy wrapper.
Make a sleight of hand check for tying the knots.
I gave it to somebody else. I'm not into that kind of thing. I don't like to tie people up.
I have no problem with this.
Andy likes to watch.
I do. After I give him the rope, I do go back outside.
Straight 9.
It's rough. Okay. So who is in the basement with this vampiress?
I am.
I followed.
Okay. So you see M3 bind the wrists and whatnot. And I think that's where we're going to take a little break.
Oh, man.
So we'll be back in about 20 minutes or so, and we'll see you then. Welcome back, everyone. When last we left off, the party was was waiting for Leon to possibly show up. They had also taken Anna downstairs into a basement and untied her up and blockaded her in. I guess they're doing a little experiment to see what's going to happen. But we're going to come back right at that point. What would you like to do?
I'm still just, I guess, tying her up. Anna, that is.
Okay.
So I see that they had come through, and so I'm going to go over, ask him what the game plan is, so that I can then go pass it to Mr. Cavalian.
I believe the plan is to trap her in this cellar. So we keep her tied up, close the doors, blockade the doors somehow, so that she cannot come out to get to Leon and lend him assistance. And then if he's coming to us, that sounds like the perfect opportunity for an ambush. Catch him unsuspecting.
Okay.
I believe our eyes in the sky there should be able to spot him coming and signal us, it's go time.
Okay. What's our ambush going to be?
I don't think we had gotten quite that far yet in the plan.
Okay.
I don't believe we're quite that coordinated yet. I think
Copy. Okay.
hit it
Yeah.
many times with stuff. I believe at this point we also know most of us can cast spells, so probably some of those as well. I think that is the plan.
So I can't cast any spells intentionally. Sometimes when I go into a rage, strange magical things happen. So we might get lucky, or not so lucky if I happen to rage. Just gonna warn you now.
Sometimes lucky is better than good.
All the time.
Uncontrolled magic.
Yeah.
I feel like I've dealt with that before.
Weird.
It's like your control of magics in this era is reverted backwards.
Whenever he's done tying her up, like if he comes out, I'm just like, I'm looking around. Is there anything like really heavy to just put on the door?
Inside?
Outside, I mean, if there's a house next door, can I just push the wall over onto it?
You could probably find some things to like heavy enough to lay onto the door.
I turn to Zed. Do you have any scraps of wood, perhaps? Not too large, doesn't need to be, just a few inches, like 5-6 inches long, perhaps.
Sure, if you look around, there's many dilapidated homes. You could take whatever scraps you need from there.
I just like reach up and rip a piece of soffit off of the house next to it and just hand it to him.
This could work. I pull out a knife and whittle it into a wedge and just shove it into the base in the tops of the doors.
Okay.
And
I just put heavy stuff on it.
Inclined planes.
kind of double check those knots that M3 did on Anna.
Yeah, they're tied. They're definitely tied.
I mean, he rolled a 9, so double checking. So,
I mean, that's what they are.
Yeah.
Are there any chains around this area? Or manacles? Oh yeah, you don't have. Any chains that I could perhaps use?
Possibly. Maybe.
look.
Yes, you'd have to search the town. We don't have chains or manacles or.
Is there a location where scrap metal may most appropriately be found? Is there an old smithy? Perhaps we can check that barn, I suppose.
Near one of the houses near the gate was supposed to have a smithy live there, but I'm not entirely sure.
Thank you.
You can see him. He's visibly shaken and confused. I'm going to find Baldwin, and then I'm going to lay down. So, best of luck to you all. And he shuts the door, and you can hear it bolt shut, and then you can hear something sliding in front of it.
Wise to fortify his location.
All right, so the plan would be just to wait for Leon to show up.
I think Goatheart is right in that an ambush is probably the best option, given that we don't know much about Leon.
The most likely point of entry would be the gate, would it not?
Is the gate the direction that Anna came from? Like
that's like the main road coming in.
We know where he's coming from, whether he comes in there or not.
Perhaps it would be the most likely point of entry. Then we could perhaps lay a trap there, dig a pit.
Just a big hole.
We could cover it. We could cover it with a blanket and dirt.
Been there.
The worst trap ever. A hole. He'll never get out.
What do you guys think?
I don't know if we have time to dig a hole big enough to hold someone.
So we can definitely hide and try to surprise him if he shows up. Jump in.
If he comes by gate, we can at least set up ambush point and scope out the land at that point.
I think that's probably not a bad idea.
Establish our points of attack.
We know that he was the one that dammed this river. For some reason.
This is true.
Do we want to try to undam the river?
That is a logical point of...
Probably not a bad idea.
I don't know why he needed this river dammed, but...
Don't we kind of know that like running water and vampires don't get along?
Yeah, you're not sure exactly why, but you know that they're not friends.
They're not friends.
Then perhaps we should undam it.
Yeah, then maybe
I mean, it
part of
looks pretty well damned. I'm not sure how we could go about it.
I guess when you and Cavelian, reconned the other night, did you happen to look at the dam?
Yes. We looked at it.
Cavelian, you looked at it?
Yes.
Were you able to determine how easy it will be to undam it?
There are lots of very, very big rocks that are far heavier than anything I could lift. One of you two might be able to there.
Okay, so Fergus, it sounds like you and I are on dam duty.
It does. Give me 1 second. I might have an idea for this.
This would be another excellent time for that nuke from orbit ability that Cavelian spoke of previously.
Spoof. I'm gonna have to homebrew that spell.
I cast nuke from orbit on the dam.
Nuke?
A kinetic strike
Well,
from orbit
the good
would be-
news is you don't have to save the town because it's gone.
The town is gone. Crisis averted. Okay, so I walk over to the dam with Goatheart.
Okay. You get there. You when he says these rocks are massive, they're taller than you, bigger than you could get your arms around.
Are there any trees nearby, maybe fallen trees that have a branch we could use as a lever to, move them?
You could try. There are trees that are like in the water behind where these rocks are, kind of filling in the gaps. You can see them like jammed down in there. Finding one to move these is going to be difficult just because of the sheer amount of weight.
Okay.
I think we may need some assistance. And I just like take like a deep breath in and just like exhale like a cloud of spores basically. I'm gonna cast Conjure Animal. Can I get 2 giant octopuses in the water?
Okay.
Plop, plop.
So I just like breathe. I like breathe out this like cloud of spores, and it just like manifests into like this fayish shape, and then like 2 giant octopus.
Okay.
Octopuses. Just materialize like on top of the water.
Okay.
It's not octopussies.
I am.
No.
Isn't that what James Bond established?
There was only one, not
okay.
multiple. Not multiple.
Gotcha.
There's only one.
Yeah. So I put them in the water and just. If you two would be so kind as to start dismantling the dam as best you can.
Okay.
I'm going to make sure that I'm out of the way of any water that would come down from said
Like
dam.
I'm picturing us like up on like the side of the dam, like looking at it perpendicular or parallel rather.
Perpendicular was right.
Which either way is that we're like up on the side of the river looking at it, right? Like that's
Yeah.
I'm not in front of the dam as these octopuses start.
You can see them grabbing and you can see them pulling trees and mud and dirt and muck. You can see them wrenching on the rocks. Roll an athletics check.
Let me make sure they don't. Proficient.
They are not. So it's just a
Very athletic.
+3 for their strength.
Just one roll for both.
You can give me 2 rolls.
I just okay.
If the dam is to come undone, what kind of damage? Which direction would it flow? Is it going to inundate the village?
No, it's gonna go across.
Okay.
One got a nat 20, so 23, and the other one got a 17 total.
Okay. The one you can see as it's pulling and wrenching and hoisting on these rocks gets one to shift a little bit.
I see that and I tell them both to try to work on that one. Like
Okay.
like if you could both please dislodge that one.
And as I say a little bit, I mean, we're talking like they're sliding inches across each other, just pulling and wrenching, and some more water begins to kind of shovel through. You can see muck and trap debris kind of flowing. It's not completely undammed, but there is some water. There'd be like a 3 foot by about maybe 6 inch stream rolling down.
What about if they start pulling the trees and things that are behind the rocks, kind of plugging the gaps? Would that be easier for them to do rather than moving the rocks?
It's not a bad idea. I have them go around. If you two could go around to the back and begin pulling out the sediments holding the rocks together.
Okay. You see them disappear under the water, and you can see stuff pulling back and logs being kind of flung out of the water in the opposite direction from where you're standing. This is going to take a while, but think they're making some progress. What are the rest of you doing while these two are doing that?
Keeping watch. I'm still on top of the building.
Maybe we go to the gate, guys,
Yes.
and scout the place, see if there's any hiding spots that we can use for, as surprise spots for if Leon shows up.
Before I go up to the I tell the group, if you see Tweeter coming back with a leaf, that means he has spotted someone. So be ready.
I pick up a small rock and I tinker with it. I dip it into a phosphorescent powder, and now it sheds a dim light with a radius of 5 feet. Sorry, a bright light 5 feet, and I just attach it to the top of my shield.
Okay.
As a beacon.
All right. What about you, Brother Mori? What are you doing?
Brother Moy wishes to cast a message to Mr. Brother Cavilian.
Brother Mr.
asking-
Cavilian?
Brother Mr. Cavilian. I will speak into his mind. I said, from your vantage point, do you see spots where we could perhaps set up that would be most advantageous for ambush on this Leon that seeks to cause us harm?
Josh.
Josh?
You would be able to make out if he's entering into the town proper. You could set up on either side of the gate. There's like old guardhouses that have kind of dilapidated. You could get behind. There's also some even though it's like dead and dry, there's spots of high grass that you could get behind, but there's not really any cover, real cover out there. You're kind of hiding behind the grass. So if something were to happen, you're out in the middle of the open.
What about any buildings that would be on the path towards the manor house that would be good ambush points?
There's some that you could hide behind, but they're mostly like dilapidated to the point where they've collapsed in on themselves. So there's no place you could get into them, or out with any safety or speed.
I'll point out the guardhouses and maybe the collapsed buildings you can hide behind.
I'm going to grab a piece of lumber or pole that's 10 feet long and attach another rock to one end. And I, again, tinker with it, this time with a mechanical glue. And I yell out, "I've got you now," into the rock and place it on the edge of the pole. Whenever the pole is disturbed, it will utter the same words, "I've got you now."
Okay.
And I will stand on the other side.
Okay.
Where are you putting this pole? You're just holding it?
No, it's laying on the ground
Okay.
in front of the gate. I'll
Gotcha.
be standing in front of the gate on the opposite side of the pole.
Like a tripwire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice distraction.
And then just for kicks, I use a third rock and I smudge a cream on that. And it smells like lavender and mint. And I put that in my pocket just because.
Okay. So, a few hours go by as you guys are doing these preparations, keeping watch. Your two octopi.
I was gonna say I have them for an hour.
Okay, so during that hour, they're able to pull out enough gunk and trees and things, branches that have gotten wedged in there, that the stream is flowing around these rocks. It's definitely not a full river, but it's about 6 feet across, probably a foot deep in the center. Just a nice flow through these rocks. These rocks are in like the tons area. When I see these are massive, I mean like some of these are 10 feet high, 12 feet across.
Yeah, it does not occur to me that the vampire placed these here. It doesn't even register.
Yeah. But you're getting closer to the morning. It's maybe 4 o'clock. So you probably have two-ish hours before the sun comes up. Tweeter does return in that time carrying a very small brown leaf. He lands on your shoulder and kind of drops it. You can see him kind of like heavy breathing, and before he like nestles down into his nest. Like, I'm done for the day.
Tweeter is not always 100% accurate, but he did bring back a leaf, so he probably saw someone.
It's about this time, about 3-4 o'clock in the morning, that Mr. Cavelian, you see strolling down the road a well-dressed, handsome fellow with black slicked back, kind of like slicked, but you can tell that it goes into a ponytail in the back. And he kind of walks out into like out of the forest into the opening.
Can I sing Go Hard again?
Yes.
And I will stealth. I'll stealth and hide if I can as well.
Okay, roll a stealth check.
$22.
Okay. Yeah, you managed to get back hidden before he would have a chance to notice you. But you hear as he's walking, he starts yelling, "Anna, where are you?"
Did you say that we're down from the river by now? Like
Yeah.
We're down by the gate?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can hear him kind of as he's walking in. "I know you came to warn them, Anna."
About how far out is he?
Out of the gate, probably about 200 feet. He's like a ways. He's bellowing this, and it's just like echoing almost through the city.
When he starts yelling, I want to get Goatheart and Medic. And I'm gonna, prick myself again, get a little blood. And I would like to twin cast on them protection from evil and good.
Okay.
My bloodless one, let me give you a little of my blood so that you may be protected from the evils of this land, but at the same time protected from those who falsely claim to be good. So anything undead, aberration, has disadvantage attacking them, and they're immune to frighten, charm, possessed. Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
Also, at that exact same time, Anna no longer feels the need to be civil.
Okay.
Conveniently.
Yeah. Let's
Put that up.
we do a little check here.
Little checky check, little red dice roll,
Just,
little rolly roll.
Being 100% honest as to what would happen in that moment.
Yep.
You are not concentrated no more.
Okay.
Like I said,
Anna
limited mental
explodes.
faculties.
Yeah.
What?
You begin to hear banging against the one of the cellar doors, just pounding. You can hear the wood beginning to break and snap before you can hear the doors pretty much blow open.
Nice.
So much for the wedges.
And the rocks and the rope.
Yeah, it wasn't so much that the wedges came out, it's that the whole door came off. She went through the middle, not like opened it. But you can just hear this bang, bang, crash. You can hear that of the wood before you can hear that boom. And those of you by the guard, or by the gate, you see Anna coming down the road in the opposite direction, running.
In response to the sound, I'm going to cast False Life on myself.
Okay.
And I get 18 temporary hit points.
Holy Jesus.
Do we still have that +10 that you gave us?
Yes, you do.
And temporary hit points,
Those are not temporary.
They don't
Those are
stack.
no. This temporary hit points, but the aid spell is actually hit points.
Gives you it raises your hit point maximum
Raises
for
my hit HP max.
what is that, for 8 hours or for 24?
8 hours for the aid, and then the false life is for 1 hour.
Okay. Anna comes running. Are you guys hiding behind the gate?
I'm standing right smack in front.
Hiding in one of the, like, behind the walls. Of
Well, he's
in between. I'm like
Yeah.
in between
Well,
like the house. and
M3
the
isn't really hiding, so you can hear as Anna approaches that bestial wail roar as she goes from that very human looking woman to that more bestial red. The eyes begin to almost glow red, and she goes sprinting past you, screaming, "Run! It's a trap! They're trying to kill us!"
She sprints past me. Is she within weapons attack range of me?
If you want to make an attack, go ahead.
Not enough data. I'm letting it go.
Not enough data. And you can see as she crosses the bridge, she almost kind of runs into him, and he catches her and stands there for a second, just looking forward. He has her like entire weight in one arm, and he doesn't seem to be really stressing over her as he's kind of beginning to peer at the city.
About how far away are they now?
He give or take 100 feet.
I like who can I see if I'm like in between the buildings near the gate? Who can I make eye contact with? Who can I see?
Well, M3 is out in the open, so he'd probably be the easiest one.
Can I have a light on my shield?
Yeah, he's a glowing robot in the middle of the road.
Super duper not subtle.
Goatheart, where are you?
I'm probably strategically placed, maybe around the side of a building near the gate, so that I'm not too far away from where I think the fighting's going to start, since I am a melee person.
Okay. What about you, Orvad?
Oh, I think he froze.
I think
He is.
He is very, very still.
He has a stillness about him.
you have totally captured his attention. Oh, there you go.
There we go. Now he's back.
Oh, I lost the camera feed on him again. There we go.
My bad.
There we go.
He's just really good at staying still.
I was like, wow, that's really still. So where are you located, Orvad?
Oh, okay. I'm inside one of the guard towers.
Okay.
Behind the gate.
Okay. So you would definitely be able to make eye contact with M3.
Can I see Mr. Cavelli? No, he hid.
Expertly, I might add.
I just like bird whistle, but like clearly not a bird. Like I'm trying to signal everyone to like try to gauge if we're doing this, because like I want to attack him, but I also don't have a death wish. So I'm like,
Caw. Caw.
Question mark?
Bird noise. Bird noise.
Are we doing this car?
We're doing this talk.
Do I hear a response from anybody? As you hear a very clearly, it's a bird, but not really a bird.
I shout out, then I'll shout out, Leon, she is mistaken. We are not intending to directly confront or kill you. We're simply protecting these lands.
Roll a persuasion check.
I'm flat out lying here.
Yeah, roll a deception check. At advantage because you're being bluntly honest with him.
Yay, advantage. 18.
Yeah. He's like, you can see he has this I don't know, cockiness about him as he kind of holds Anna like by one arm. How does he want to respond to this?
He responds, "Oh, I'm scared of you, no," and then runs away crying like a little girl.
I heard tales of this group called the Unit. I'm so scared. He looks down for a second at Anna, he has like doubled over, kind of holding her, and you can see at this point she's trying to stand and he's kind of just holding her there. If you'd like a chance to protect these lands, then I guess I'll come back tomorrow when it's a little darker out.
Or you can come at me, bro.
Roll an intimidation check.
I'm gonna use symbiotic entity while I hear this going on.
10.
He's not intimidated. He's just like almost like losing patience. You can hear that slight sigh from that distance. What is symbiotic?
That's my like wild. That's like the spore druid wild shape.
Okay, so spores begin to swirl around you.
Invisible spores.
Invisible spores? Okay.
He's getting shroomy.
Okay, what are the rest of you doing while M3 is just goading this individual?
I'm getting ready for a fight to start, so I'm just making sure I've got a good grip on my axes. The one that M3 did his fancy whatever to is in my primary hand. And I'm just waiting for the fight to start.
Okay.
I'm still hiding too. I'm still hiding just because he doesn't know how many we are yet, or he hasn't seen us. So I'm just gonna keep hiding.
Okay. What about you, Brother Maury?
You mentioned there was tall grass. Is it possible to sneak, I don't know, within 30 feet of him?
Like get down through the river and then up the other side and then...
Yeah. Without him seeing?
I mean, could it be done? Yes. Will you succeed? Only the dice will tell.
No,
Not no.
yeah.
Only the dice can
Not-
tell.
Not super easy. It's not like way overgrown and like you're going.
No,
under the
it's not
bridge
like
or-
a whole lot of low rolls. This would be like a couple high rolls, and you'd be okay.
Yeah. All right, now I'm just gonna sink into the tall grass on
Okay.
this side of the river.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna sink down to see if he comes close.
All right.
Is Medic still like yelling intimidations at him?
Mr. Gavellian, what are you doing? Just still staying on the rooftop?
Still staying on the rooftop. I've got an arrow knocked on my bow, but I'm still staying stealth, watching what's going on, ready to fire should I need to.
Okay. You can see him turn as he's holding Anna, and you can almost see that you see this really intense look. You can see his eyes kind of flaring red as he looks at her, and then you can see he seems to like release his grip for a second before grabbing her, what appears to be by the throat, and just holding her up off of the ground.
That's not very nice. Let the girl go.
And he just continues to hold, just like, and he's not even looking at you, he's just looking right at her. Before he holds her for a while, then he releases her. You see her drop to the ground. I'll have to deal with that later.
That was uncalled for.
How far away is he?
Like 100 feet?
Yeah, give or take 100 feet from the gate. Probably about 90 feet from you.
As I said earlier, we are here to protect the lands for the rightful owners, Lord and Lady Brightwood. You have no claims to these territories, and apparently your presence is undesired as it is causing trouble to the lands and its profitability.
You can see him kind of look at his hand for a second. These lands were gifted to me.
By those that have no claim on them by right.
They were still gifted to me.
You were given an empty gift. An empty box. Nothing but thin air and words. Of those of the dead, apparently.
That's what everyone else seemed to think too, and what happened to them?
The proper Lord and Lady of the lands were not here to stake their claim appropriately at the time, but they are here now.
The proper lord was.
This I am not aware of. So, again, I ask of you to leave these lands.
If only that were possible.
What makes you stay here?
The call that brought me here.
And what call would that be?
I'm not sure.
If we were to remove the call, would you leave?
I kinda like it here.
But your presence is unwanted.
So is yours. And yet you
No.
linger.
We are here by rights.
Not mine, and this is my land. This is my town. Gifted to me.
Again, by those who have no claim. I
You
cannot
say
apologize
that,
for
but
those of mistakes.
You say that, but you've arrived today. This was gifted to me years ago by those who had just the same claim as the family you protect.
Do you have any written records?
No, the people that gave it to me died.
That is unfortunate. So therefore you have no evidence to claim.
Evidence comes in blood. I've put more blood in this land than anyone else.
And what would you do with this land?
Whatever I please.
Can I see the tall grass like around him?
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's off to the sides of the road, but yeah.
Yeah.
It would appear we are at an impasse, and I will stand firm at the gate as I have been hired. Such is my charge.
Well, I'll go take care of this, and they said I'll return tomorrow when it's darker out. We can see who keeps the land then.
Yeah, I don't like that idea. Yeah, Fungus is not a big fan of letting the vampire wait till it's more dark out. So I am going to use... About how far away is like the tall grass from me? If he's like 100 feet, is tall grass like within?
It's like
60?
on either side of him.
Yeah, like am I within like 60 feet of that?
Yeah.
Would I be able to get? Is it 4? It'd be 4. Would I be able to get 4 black bears?
Or what?
Conjure animal. Black bears. If I use conjure animal again. Or actually, instead, I howl and replicate the sound of a wolf, and I use conjure animals to conjure wolves in the tall grass.
Okay. And these are fey creatures, right?
They are fey spirits that take the form of creatures.
Okay. Are
Take
they
the form of beasts
okay?
in an unoccupied spot that you can see.
All right.
And because I've been hearing wolf house, so I feel like that's the I'm sure he has too, so it's probably like the least or the most subtle way to get some creatures in the tall grass without arousing too much suspicion.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he sees them kind of appear. You can see like the grass begin to shudder, and these wolves kind of begin to. Are they moving out into the road?
No, I just like I howl like a wolf and just have them like lurk just off the road in the grass.
Okay.
Kind of like just move around, like in a little semicircle on both, 4 on each side.
Right. You see him kind of take note of this, and he looks around. And he can see the grass, moving. As he begins to bend down and kind of grab Anna by like under the arm and just lift her up.
Can I cast message onto him?
To the vampire?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Talking to his head.
Oh no. I worry.
Why do you worry? There's no worry. My brother, there's no need to worry. I'm just gonna cast message onto this vampire. My undead friend, I appreciate you being a martyr for the rest of us by giving up your chance at true immortality to be this abomination that you are before us. I appreciate your sacrifice, but I must ask that you leave this innocent girl behind if you are to flee like a coward into the night.
Make would that be persuasion? Yeah, a persuasion check.
17.
You can see as he holds her, he looks at her for a second and then looks back at M3.
Oh my god, does he think that was M3 talking into his head?
No, but that's the only person he
Okay.
can see.
Yeah.
You do realize that even if I leave her here, come morning, she's dead.
That is not our fault. That is your own. You made her this way, did you not?
But you asked me to leave her.
We'll
No,
figure something out.
kind of tosses. He just like tosses her probably a good 60 feet as she like falls and crumples and rolls in front of you.
So are you leaving then?
I'll see you tomorrow.
I howl again in like wolf language and tell the wolves to attack.
Okay. I guess.
Like I'm so, like as he like turns to leave.
Okay.
Guess we're doing this.
I guess so.
Fargus has no intentions of letting him come back. Why?
So I don't have the map for this place, but here we go.
Why would we want him to come back more prepared?
Roll initiative.
Oh.
Did the wolves get a surprise attack?
No, because he wasn't really surprised.
Damn.
M3 rolls a 2.
Jesus Christ.
He's built tough. He's just not built fast.
The wolves got a 3.
Okay. 20 and above.
Nobody.
19 to, or not, 15 to 20.
I had a 15.
So no Talespire map for this?
No.
Okay.
Is there a
Josh
place
is like,
you'd
thanks,
us to-"
guys. Thanks.
She's like, oh, fuckers.
10 to 15.
11.
I have a 10.
11.
And I have a 10.
14 for Brother Maury.
Ariki, what's your dex?
14 plus 2.
What's yours, Arved?
16 plus 3.
Okay. Um, 5 to 10. 1 0 to 5.
M3 with a 2.
And what did the wolves roll?
They rolled a 3, but let me just make sure really quick.
That they don't.
They have their own initiative.
Okay. That's rough. So you could see his reaction to Fargus howling and the wolves beginning to come out of the
Get him out.
Tall grass.
Yeah.
Underbrush.
let me read this real quick. You can see he kind of with a smirk kind of turns and begins to walk in the opposite direction, and he does his own howl in a reactionary manner. Good. And he just begins to walk, and by the end of his turn he's 30 feet away. Fargus, what would you like to do?
I tell the wolves to make chase.
Okay.
And I use my movement to like advance because I was like 100 feet away. So I, move into the street and towards the gate. And
Okay.
I get to about either at or just a little bit past Medic. And what is the range on this? I will cast Chill Touch.
Okay.
He's within 120 feet.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Then I'll cast Chill Touch. Go away. Sorry, I'm trying to roll the. There we go. Does a don't suck. That would be a 1. I'm assuming a 9 does not hit the vampire.
No. No, it does not. All right, Mr. Cavilian.
Whoa.
Oh, yeah,
Brother
he's
Maury.
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah. Brother Maury is above Mr. Cavilian. That's my fault.
Come on, I gotta make sure Mr. Cavelian has advantage.
Ah, okay.
This is my goal in life. To see to it that Mr. Cavelian always has advantage when making attacks. I believe I probably, because he moved 30 feet away and I was about 100 feet away.
Yeah.
I'd like to move a little bit closer to him.
Okay.
And I will fire off a guiding bolt. I'm going to use a 2nd level guiding bolt.
Okay.
So my thumb is still pricked, little drop of blood firing at his head.
Okay. Roll your attack.
That's nat 20.
That hits.
28. Oh, baby. Let's roll this critical damage. Oh, my God, that almost... so that does 44 damage. Radiant
Ooh.
damage.
Damn.
As the little drop of blood hits his head and explodes in a bright light.
Okay.
That leaves him extremely well lit so that the next attack against him has advantage.
Okay.
And I will, just try to duck back in the tall grass.
Now that's a lot of damage. Mr. Cavelian, now it is your turn.
Character names change, but hit and hide is still kind
will,
of
I mean, it's not a total high.
Okay. You have advantage.
Okay, AC 27.
Hits.
Ooh, big damage.
18 points damage.
Okay. Do you see this? First, you see Brother Maury's looks almost like a small droplet, almost followed by a spiral of energy. It hits Leon in the back. You can see this explosion that kind of lights him up, and through that light, you see an arrow fly in from the shadows and just impact into the back and his shoulder. You can see him kind of take the force of the blow, and he stands back up and just kind of keeps that facing the opposite direction.
Before I finish my go, I would like to use cunning action to move and hide as well, please.
Okay. All right, roll your... Well, you don't even need to roll a stealth check. He's not really looking.
Okay.
Okay.
He's just trying to show us up. Like, we walked away not looking at fire. He's taken arrows to the back, walking away not looking.
All right, Arvad.
So how far is he from like the gate area?
Right now he's about 130 feet.
Okay, so if I move my 30 feet, he'll be within 120, right? Okay, so I do that. I get closer to the gate, and I take my book out, and I read one of my poems that reads, "Roses are red, violets are blue. I'm losing my head. Now you are too." As I cast hypnotic pattern and a light starts appearing. I use the available moonlight to sort of make this kaleidoscopic pattern appear in front of him.
Okay.
And he needs to do a wisdom save of 15. If not, he's charmed, which he'll be incapacitated, has a speed of 0. Until
Okay.
he gets damaged,
So he would
or
have
somebody
failed,
takes it.
but he uses legendary resistance.
Oh
God.
Oh boy.
Okay, so and then I keep flipping, pages of my book, and I read another poem that reads, "Every time I see your face, it reminds me of you." And as a bonus action, I do a bardic inspiration for Fungus.
Okay. Vargas, you have inspiration.
What's your bardic inspiration at right now? D6 or D8?
D6.
All right, Goatheart.
So, how far away am I? Probably maybe 150 feet, 120 feet.
About 130 feet.
Okay. So my speed is 40, so I'm going to I'm going to move and use my action to move again to get as close as I can to him.
Okay.
And I just yell at him, "Hey, where do you think you're going?"
Okay,
Trying to intimidate him.
roll an intimidation check.
Think you're too good?
That's a 12.
He doesn't seem very intimidated. Like I said, he has that his back, and he's has that determined to just walk on. It is the
All right.
wolves' turn.
Do you want me to roll for them individually, or just one roll for all, or two groups, or do you want to roll for them, or what do you want to?
So they're about 30 feet from him. What's their movement speed?
They have 40, so they can
Okay.
get to him.
All right. You're gonna roll one for each of them.
They roll at advantage with pack tactics.
Right.
Oh god, this is gonna take a while. 15.
Okay. $15 does not hit, by the way.
I figured.
Oh my gosh, we're gonna need to
22?
set you up with a script or something for this rolling.
Yeah.
I know. Well, 22.
22 would hit.
Okay, so that's one. I wish I would have left the dice roller up. I could have probably did this a little faster. 20.
Hits.
So that's 2 thus far, shooter. It's like 12. That's a miss.
That's a miss.
$20.
20 hits.
Any chance anybody was keeping track of how many times I rolled? Because I think that was 6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is your sixth roll.
An 18.
Hits.
So that's 4. $23.
Hits.
So that's 5. Let's go, wolves. Come on. 22.
Hits.
6 out of 8 hit.
Okay. Roll damage.
Do you want to just make one strength saving throw to see if he's knocked prone? It's a DC 11. DC 11 strength saving throw or be knocked prone.
Okay, yeah, he rolled a 19.
Yeah, I figured. So 6. So 12 D4 plus 12.
Dang.
There's potential here.
Yeah.
Oh god, that's so many D4s on the screen. 27 plus 12, 39.
39.
Okay. You see
And
the
he's not knocked prone.
you can see the wolves kind of lunging and jumping at him, as he kind of swerves a little bit, but doesn't really take any real chance to dodge. He just kind of keeps moving. You can see the blood kind of dripping from wounds, a black, nasty blood. M3, you're up.
How far away am I, considering I was closest to him?
You'd probably be about 100 feet, maybe a little more than 100, about 110 feet.
I'll move 30 feet up because I can and I should. And that still puts me at like 70 feet out. Close enough. Might as well just drop this on him. And I launch a guiding bolt at level 2.
Okay.
So let me make an attack roll against his AC.
Okay.
That's a 22 to hit.
Hit.
And he will take 5d6, totaling up to 20 radiant damage.
Ooh.
And again, he's lit up. So you'll see M3 raises his gauntlet and then just points it at him, and then a bolt of light shoots out at him. Photon blast.
Photon blast. Love it. You just see this impact, and again, the like light and sparkles kind of just hover around him. You can see him glowing.
It's a sparkly vampire.
Yeah, he's got some Twilight feel. Skin doesn't sparkle, the air around him does. It is at this point.
Is he pissed off yet?
A little bit. But you see him kind of swirl, and as he kind of keeps walking, you see a bat. So you see this glowing little bat appear. And just kind of begin to fly forward into the woods. And coming out of the woods at this point, you see 11 wolves.
I only have 8.
And the bat's flying away. As he's flying away, M3, I will shout out, "That's right, keep on flapping, Twinkles."
Twinkles. Bye, Edward. Whatever your name was.
Oh, Edward.
You guys did a lot of damage. You see the wolves kind of hold that edge of the woods that he just kind of disappears into. I mean, you can still see his little golden body in the woods, but the wolves kind of almost form a partition there. Fungus, you're up next.
I'm 30-ish feet, or like 70-ish feet.
You're 100-ish feet.
Oh, okay. Because I used my movement the last time. Either way. So
well, he's also moving away on his turn.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. I am going to bonus action Shillelagh and dash action. It's my actual action. So I cover 60 feet. And that's the turn.
Okay.
I'm not to the edge or anything. Nothing's within 10, 15 feet of me.
Your wolves would be kind of, well, no, nothing would be within 10 or 15 feet of you.
That's I dash. So that's the whole thing.
All right, Brother Maury.
Okay, so he is just a bat, or a bat is carrying him away?
No, he turned into a tiny bat and into the woods.
But he's still sparkling, right?
Yes.
So would I still have advantage on trying to shoot him?
I guess, yes.
All
You
right.
would have some cover, but not full cover, so let me pull up his AC.
What, as a bat?
Yeah. Does he get special bat AC? Is he actually easier to hit now that he's a bat?
Yeah.
Sure, why not?
No, well, he has 3/4 cover because he's in a wooded area and he's like this big.
Yeah, whatever.
I don't know. Your hands look pretty big in the camera, Josh.
Good try.
I want to move so I'm within like 120 feet of him.
You're just moving your full movement forward.
Yeah. I was gonna say that shouldn't be too difficult to get within 120 feet. But,
No.
And yeah, I will, suck a little more blood out of my thumb to fire another little guiding bolt.
Okay.
We're gonna go big or go home, and we'll go rank 3 guiding bolt or level 3 guiding bolt. And this is at advantage. That would be another nat 20.
Jesus Christ.
Great.
Nice.
Get him!
So,
Josh is like, you're gonna kill my vampire.
Keep this up, brother. More, you're gonna convert M3.
so this is gonna be. It's gonna be 12d6 radiant damage.
Fuck.
That almost wrecked my screen. I can't even see the number because there's so many
47.
dice.
47.
Yeah, so 47 radiant damage, and the next attack has advantage as well.
Damn. No. You do see this bolt zip through, like narrowly missing branches. This blood droplet with that spiral of gold energy. And it hits this little spot, and you see Leon kind of re-emerge and drop to the ground, landing on his feet. But you can see that he's like becoming annoyed with this. Greatly annoyed.
I tried to give him warning. He could have been nicer.
Mr. Cavalian. You're up.
AC 28.
That hits. What? You haven't moved. What's the range on your bow?
150, 600.
So you would just be rolling a straight roll then, because he would be past 150 feet from you.
Okay.
But what about the next attack having advantage because of radiance?
Well, he would have disadvantage because he's...
Okay.
It's... The range is 150, and he's outside of that 150. So it would... The advantage, disadvantage counteract, and then it's just a flat roll.
Okay, does AC 22 hit? Because that's the lowest of the 2 rolls that I got.
Yes, AC 22 does hit.
Okay.
Works for me.
Crit bang. 16 points of damage, not very good.
Oh, geez. You can see this other arrow now sticking out of his back as he's kind of trudging through the woods. Arvad, you're up.
The wolves that he left behind, they're like charging towards us. Are they?
No, they're like holding a line.
They're holding a line. Okay, I can do matching range, but I can read another poem of mine. This is for a bardic inspiration for Brother Mori. And it reads, you are the toaster to my strudel, the ramen to my noodle. I like it that you never wear matching socks, because I don't either. And you get a bardic inspiration. This is from the section.
People are like, what are toasters? But this is great.
My book. You can buy it.
I feel strangely inspired.
You get
I don't know what a toaster is, but I'm curious now.
You should visit my lands, okay?
I love that he's selling his book every time.
And
don't forget to buy my book.
Part of my book. and that'll be my turn. I move back into like the gate.
Okay. That was great. Buy my book. You will be inspired. Buy my book.
I'm gonna have to buy a book now.
Coming soon to the Boss Roll stores will be Arvad's book of amazing.
Poems for any occasion.
Yep, poems for any occasion. Goatheart, you're up.
It's like we need to have a merch section. So, how far away from the wolves am I?
Probably about 40 feet. I'm going to say about 40 feet.
Perfect, which is exactly my movement. So I'll move up towards the wolves. Do they look like they're gonna prohibit me from passing?
Oh yeah. As soon as you get close, they begin snarling.
All right. So I'm gonna attack the one that's right in front of me.
Okay.
So that's a 24 to hit.
That hits.
Uh, 11 points of damage.
Okay.
That was my first attack. Second
Okay.
attack. I'm assuming it's still alive.
It is.
Does the 10 hit it?
No.
Okay.
So you see as Goatheart brings her first axe down, catching one of the wolves, cutting it deep. You can see the blood and the meat under, like through the cut. It's still standing, but barely. Anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay. It is your wolf's turn, Fungus.
So on the road, can they're like the wolves are spread out. His 11 wolves are like on the edge of the forest, right?
Yeah, where the road and the forest come together, they're like at that point kind of clustered there.
Can my wolves just run through the middle?
No.
Continue.
I mean,
on
they
to the
could,
vampire?
but they're going to catch. They're going to get opportunity attacks made against them.
Can I split them? Can I have like 4 engage the wolves to like distract, and the other 4 just run through clean?
If they run through, they're going to take an opportunity attack. You can have 4 stay and fight.
Their directive is still to get the vampire. So
Okay.
I'll just have all 8 go through.
Oh, fun.
And attack him.
Okay. All right. Well, the first 2 are going to have opportunity attacks made against them as they run down the path, because they only get 1 opportunity attack per wolf. Find out what their hit is.
Yeah, overwhelm them with numbers.
So the first one that goes through, it's a 24 to hit.
It hits. They're AC 13.
And
AC 13, 11 hit points for your, so you can just.
that is 7 hit points for the first one.
Okay.
Or 7 points of damage to the first one. And then that is a 25 to hit. Lost a dice. And that is 10 points of damage for the second one.
Both still up. Do the rest of them, do they all get to the vampire then?
Yeah, they would all pass through because the opportunity attacks have been used.
All right. I'm rolling these sets.
Okay.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Does a 22?
Hits.
16?
Hits. No. Yeah, 16 hits.
16, 20. So better than a 16 hits.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5.
Okay.
5 will hit. $10d4 plus 12. Don't suck. Ooh, there's some 4s in there. 26 plus 12, 38.
Okay.
Jeez.
And then if you want to make a strength check to see if he gets knocked prone.
Okay.
Gotta beat an 11.
That is a 13. Okay, M3.
At this point, how far away am I from Goatheart and the wolves?
Give or take about 50 feet.
Okay. And how far away am I at this point from Leon?
He's another 20-ish feet past the wolves. So about 70 feet from Leon.
Okay. Sorry, it's just trying to figure out like the distances on stuff. Oh, okay. Then I move up my max 30 feet closer to Leon, and I cast spiritual weapon right next to him and
Ooh.
smack him with it. So out pops a gigantic hologram again of a gigantic math textbook.
Okay. Giant math textbook.
Partial differential equations, because it always beats people. Here we go. There's no light on them anymore. So that is just a 9. I miss.
Okay.
And that is it for me.
Yeah, you see as this book comes out, and he kind of steps back, just to let it slam into the ground, a big cloud of dust. And at this point, you see he's kind of looking pretty bad. You guys have really fucked him up.
He's back, he's in human form, and is he still trying to walk away?
Yeah.
Do the wolves get opportunity attacks?
Let me read this. You would watch him begin to swirl into a large cloud of mist. As he...
Sparkly mist?
Nope, he's not sparkling anymore. You see him disappear. Instead of running down the road, you see him sink down and fade into the already foggy forest.
What about the wolves? Are they still there?
The wolves are still there.
Evasion tactics.
What a little bitch. I'm just gonna mist away. I feel hurt.
We weren't meant to fight him here, I guess.
It's almost as if there was a Talespire map made for somewhere different.
No, that's not it at all. No, that is not it at all.
That's how these vampires act. Okay.
You do see at that point when he is like, once he has kind of disappeared down into the forest, the wolves that were holding the perimeter begin to scatter. Goatheart, you'd have an opportunity attack against the one that was right in front of you if you want to take it.
I would love to take it. It's a 17 to hit.
Oh, that hits. And how do you want to kill the wolf?
Oh, beheaded.
Yes.
Clearly.
You watch as the group of wolves kind of their purpose here being done turn and begin to run back into the woods. As the one in front of Goatheart turns to leave, you just see one battle axe come down, shlunk, separating the head just above the shoulders from the body as it begun forward movement, so it kind of like the legs kind of just stop backwards and they just plop into the ground. Head rolls forward a little bit. Dead.
Yeah, we killed something this combat.
I would like to skin it, please.
Ooh. Okay. Is there anyone that would like to do anything combat related moving forward?
I would like to move towards where Leon had walked around and see if he dropped anything amongst the brush.
Okay, so that's not combat. Just no combat stuff. Nobody's firing blindly into the woods or anything.
No. How far of a walk was the mausoleum from here? Like how many hours?
Like a day?
At like our pace.
Like 6-7 hours.
Okay, then so even the wolves at a dead sprint wouldn't get to the mausoleum before I ran out of time with them.
No.
Yeah, because I could theoretically cut that into a quarter, and that's still longer than an hour. So,
well,
okay.
I mean, if you're sprinting,
I'm saying like if I had the wolves dashing the whole way, could the wolves get to the mausoleum?
probably, yeah, they could get there. How long do you have with them?
I have an hour, and I've only had them for 3 rounds.
No, not in an hour. You couldn't get there. In 2 hours, you could get there.
I'm not saying I couldn't get there. I'm asking if the wolves at 40-foot speed dashing could get there.
Not in under 2 hours, yeah, but not in under 1 hour.
Okay, then I send my wolves to follow. Nah, because I wouldn't do that. It wasn't the wolves' fault. I release the wolves and that's it.
Okay. All right. So Goatheart, you want to skin the wolf?
Well, yeah, you don't want a good pelt to go to waste.
True. Yeah, go ahead. You can skin the wolf. Would that be nature or survival check? Very slight hand.
Probably nature.
Yeah, go ahead and make a nature check. See what quality pelt you get. As though this is Red Dead Redemption 2.
It's a very good quality pelt because I rolled a 20.
Yeah, it's great. Perfect mint pelt. Except for that head missing part.
Except for the head part.
It's made it easier.
Nice hat.
Put it on the hit. Would anyone else like to do anything? You have about an hour before this, just right around 2 hours before the sun's up. Just under 2 hours.
How about salting the earth right above his body where he went into the ground?
Sure, but I don't carry salt.
I have some salty mushrooms.
Do you really?
I don't know. Probably not.
It's like, I don't think that's a thing.
I get a mushroom for everything. Yeah.
Orgaz is like, yeah, I'm sure.
Salt shroom.
There's no way that's on your list.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
But it should be.
Was the river freshwater or saltwater?
The river is freshwater.
Would I have salt in my herbalist and or alchemy kit?
No. I wonder if this is a rose. Let me put salt on it. Yes.
Since we got that river flowing, has the water flow increased at all, or has it stayed pretty stable?
It stayed pretty constant since you've got that stuff kind of pulled out of there. You can see it coming through the holes of the like between the rocks, and there's quite a bit of water, but it's wide and shallow. It's not like deep.
Do we all kind of just like come together on the road?
Yes. Let us.
Yeah, we can do that.
He it appears that he has run. Probably back to the mausoleum.
Yeah, most
Since-
likely.
That is
Since
where
we-
Anna said is his home.
Since we know where he is, then why don't we just give chase?
It is awful far, but I don't necessarily disagree.
What about Anna? Is she
Yeah,
here with us?
To leave this girl to die?
She
Yeah, she's
is,
gonna
by
die.
your definition, an abomination.
Oh, I guess you're right. She is fully turned.
She is a literal vampire. If anything, I should have kept the wolves up and eaten her.
At first, I thought she might still be able to be saved, but pretty sure she's fully vampire.
If she can be saved, I don't know that any of us know how to do that.
I don't know.
Can I make either an Arcana or Religion check to see if it's possible to reverse a vampirism?
Make an Arcana check. Actually,
well.
make a history check.
Oh, history. Arcana would have been an 18, and history's a 5.
What would
Yes,
your add your Arcana to your history thing to your first roll?
Okay, then that would have been plus 2, so 14. 15. Sorry.
You've never heard of it being done before. But you do know that the sun is coming up soon and you don't have a lot of time.
Is she just like incapacitated on the road still?
It seems
Yes.
that way, yeah.
I pull
Can I
my,
go check on her? Like, is she like alive?
Really?
Yeah, I don't. Is she not dead?
She has at least one hit point. That's the life thing you're talking about.
Yeah. She's undead?
Yeah.
I hand Medic my quarterstaff. Excuse me. I saw that you whittled earlier. Would you mind making this into a point?
You want me to shave your stick into a point?
Yes, please.
Okay, this should be a relatively quick job with my hands.
Maybe as we walk.
Very well.
I just start walking towards the unconscious vampire in the street.
Take my hands and put knives along the inside of my gauntlet and just start shaving it off in a circular fashion.
Like this.
So it's
Yeah.
into its hip. Circular. Gotta give it a good twist.
The middle out point.
Grab my stick and twist it.
Okay.
Flip.
Okay.
Here you go.
Thank you. Is it whittled to a point by the time we get over there?
So the time we get to her? Oh yeah.
Anyone have any oppositions to this? I think we all get where I'm going.
I turn. I don't want to look. I start walking away.
All right.
I will.
My
watch.
brother, Fungus, I feel that her sister might have some opposition to this.
Is she a vampire?
I would assume so.
Do you know how to cure someone that's a vampire? Not to mention one that is lovingly devoted to the person that we just tried to kill?
That is
ask-
the part. Sorry.
Could we ask the Lord and Lady? Perhaps they may know of resources that we do not.
I am not familiar with any way to cure vampirism, but
I think
She
we can
could
all
maintain-
agree on the danger.
she could perhaps become a good martyr for our cause.
I don't think
We have a
that's
cause?
how it's-
Sort of. I have a cause.
My cause is to help in removing the blight on the land, and there's no way a vampire furthers that cause.
We're contracted to remove the whatever's troubling these lands, and this is the means of doing so.
She has already given up her chance at true immortality, so whatever you think is best, Brother Fungus.
So I hear no opposition from the group.
Not for myself.
Me.
She seems to have.
Josh, I try to just quarterstaff, sharpen point through the heart.
Okay.
Try to
She
make
isn't
the chest.
moving, so you can. It's a guaranteed hit. And it would be a critical hit. So roll damage.
Is there a duration? How long has it been since I cast Shillelagh the first time? Has it been more than a minute?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When he gives me the pointy stick back, I just re-Shillelagh it, because otherwise it's just a stick.
Okay.
I'm sticking it. A whopping 10 damage.
Okay. You watch as Fargus takes his shillelagh stick and stabs it down through the chest of Anna.
If it
And
matters, it's also a 1d6 necrotic, but
add that
I forgot to
on.
roll it. Sorry, forgot to roll it. Five, 15. So 15 total damage.
Okay. Okay, as Fargus takes his magical stick, magical pointy stick, schmagical, and goes to drive it down through Anna's heart as she lays there. That is where we're going to pick up next week.
Ah! Probably
We're
just
stabbing
ruined it. We're stabbing it.
Ka, are we still doing this? Ka?
Kaka, are we attacking him? Kaka. I'd like to point out that based on your descriptions, we almost did it too.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I don't know. He looked pissed off at least.
He was
Deus Ex Joshua.
he was bloodied. Actually, he got away based on you guys not metagaming, which is good. But
wait, you're saying we could have? You're saying we could have metagamed our way to actually not letting him get away?
I mean, for anyone who has read the handbook or the monster manual, you can only kill a vampire in its resting place. So no matter what you do elsewhere, it won't die.
Well, I didn't know that.
we didn't. Our group didn't know that. About
I mean, yeah, our characters would not know that.
Right? Right? Hey, I'm good with that. I said it was a good thing nobody metagamed.
Being honest.
Yeah, I was trying to kill him before he came back.
Well,
the
you
next
guys
day.
did some damage with your radiant
total?
attacks.
Did we break 100?
Yeah,
Oh, we broke 200 easy.
44, 30. Let's see, the three biggest were 47, 44, and 39. And then 38, 20, 18, 16. So, yeah, you guys were up there.
Damn.
Yeah.
Cool.
So,
Cool.
that was great.
We certainly pissed him off.
Yeah, you did.
I
No.
think we hunt him down to the mausoleum before he
the
can get
two-
back.
The 2 radiant damage crits
Those
That
were
was
nice.
definitely have pissed him off.
Yeah. I was kind of tempted to say good
Radiant
job,
damage
Brother Morris.
crits were
And then
pretty-
He would know to go after you.
Pretty crazy.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, brother Maury.
But,
Yes, praise, Brother Maury.
guys are great.
My
So-
children, lay your praise upon me.
He's just lucky that Moonbeam didn't have the right range for this.
Oh, jeez.
I'm starting to believe, brother Maury.
Starting to believe. All right, everyone. Well, thanks for hanging out.
Of course.
Dice Tower Dungeons.
Yeah.
Thanks
Don't
for
forget to
being
check out
The mini
www.dicetowerdungeons.com.
Mini
Yeah.
Dice Tower.
I like that one. But like I said, I just want a sea turtle one because I love sea turtles. So.
What about
Well, I
a
was
dragon? What about a dragon turtle?
Ooh. It lives in the sea. That makes it a sea turtle.
You are finding a dice tower. Don't hold your breath.
Where would the
I'll design
dice
one.
come out?
Where would the dice go in?
If you make it so like the shell is so they go in like where the tail is and come out the mouth, like lean forward.
Like the human
I got
centipede.
ideas. I'll
Or you can reverse that process. Too.
I'll sketch one up and send it over to Dice Tower Dungeons and see if they can make it work.
Sounds great. Sounds great.
So, but yeah, it was great. Thank you everyone for hanging out, and we'll see you Sunday. Bye, everyone.
Bye.